Either they have their own startup. Our motto is that don't search jobs, create jobs. And we welcome all students which are creating jobs instead of searching jobs. Some are involved in popularizing biotechnology and lifestyle. Today, Honorable Parshuram Patil is here. Today in the morning we were discussing. And he was also telling me that there is no alternative to the life science now, sustainability. It's a real thing because we are the only solution to the society. And that's why how we are different from others, we should popularize microbiology. So some are involved in popularization of microbiology. Some are involved in startup in microbiology. Some are involved in innovations in microbiology. Prashant Thakre and Ganvati, they will come very soon. They have done very big research on innovations in microbiology. So we have collected and best researchers. There are some young students. They have done excellent research, remarkable research. So we have gathered them and giving awards to them at the hands of renowned academician of India, I will tell you, Dr. Pandit Vidyasagar. Dr. Pandit Vidyasagar is a retired vice chancellor, but he is retired only as a vice chancellor. He has not retired from academia. And still he is involved in academia. One specific is because after in the function there will be introduction of Dr. Vidyasagar. But one thing which I am in love of Dr. Pandit Vidyasagar only because of one thing. Any one of you know Jnaneshwari? Jnaneshwari in Marathi. The OVs in Jnaneshwari are there. And he has converted science in OVs. Beautiful because there are YouTubes. It is available in popularization of science. So what I will request you, we have given sequence of awards. Don't waste the time. Whenever there will be award felicitation ceremony, be ready before announcing the next person because we have already posted the sequence. So in sequence you will receive the award. Don't waste the inaugural time because we are eager to listen them, not spending more time. So that is the one request to everyone. Then after the inaugural session, they will visit. So you be there in front of your poster and explain them why I got award, so that other students should get inspired. Other students should also learn something from you. Because I know, because few are yet to come, they are on the, there is no alternative. We should agree the urbanization has advantages and disadvantages. Traffic jam is a disadvantage. And many are on the road. They are telling me, sir, we are on the road, we are coming within half an hour, we are coming within 1 hour. So many has to reach here again. They will reach within 1 hour. And the many bio-entrepreneurs, they are here, some of them are here, some will come within a short time. So I request all other students, visit every stall, visit every poster, ask them questions. This is a unique opportunity. And literally, there will be, in the inaugural session, there will be thanking, last person will thank, vote of thanks. But before that, I would like to thank authorities of this university. Dr. Vidyasagar was praising the campus of this university. Really, it is a beautiful campus. And not only beautiful campus, the authorities are very, very positive. That's why the Dean, Dr. Patari, could arrange many things because he is getting free hand from the authorities, support from the authorities. So many events will be there in the future. And I appreciate the students coming from different corners of Maharashtra, right from Pune, Mumbai, Kopargaon, Satara, Sangli, Kolhapur, and from Aurangabad, from different corners of Maharashtra, so many students are. So within 2 to 3 minutes, we'll start it, and at the end, you will get the certificate. Again, I will request all awardees and members of Microbiology Society, please register by paying 300 rupees. That is our habit in all our organization. First registration is the mind registration. And I will request them to announce my name is there in the registration. I have paid 300 rupees. Then Dr. Patari has paid 300 rupees. So that is a devotion. We Microbiologist Society members are working in this manner. So I will request all of them, and I thank. And now I will hand over my charge to Dr. Patari sir, who is, I don't know. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sir, for that wonderful introduction. A very good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee of National Level Conference of Biomake in India, I wish Nagan give you all to the auspicious event. To mark the commencement of the event, proudly presented by Krishna Vishwavidyapith, Dean of the University, Krishna Institute of Applied Sciences, we shall have a plenary session by a chief guest for the day, Honorable Dr. Vidyasagar Sir, former Vice Chancellor at RPM University, Nanded, Maharashtra. The chairperson for the event shall be respected Dr. P.R. Thorat Sir, who is a distinguished delegate and former principal Shivaji Mahavidyalaya, Maharashtra. Let me provide you a brief introduction of our learned speaker and new eminence in the field of microbiology. Honorable Dr. Pandit Bhalchandra Vidyasagar is a well-known educationist and educational administrator at the state and national level. His research contributions have been acknowledged at the international level in the field of biophysics. Former professor and head of physics department, Savitribai Phule University, has extensively contributed to the upliftment of higher education through his writing, participation in policy making, and working in various committees at state and national level. He has guided 16 students for PhD, 19 students for MPhil. He has to research within books and education, research, and science popularization. His contributions at the interface science and society have been duly recognized. He has worked on many important posts and chaired many committees settled by UGC, state government, and the university. He has a regular and senior associate at International Center of Physics, Trieste, Italy, for 12 years. He was invited as a professor at two universities. He has earned many accolades for significant contributions in education, research, and science popularization. Some of them are G.R. Puransky Award by Maharashtra Sahitya Parishad, National Education Leadership Award for Outstanding Contribution of Education 2014 by Rupman Sambro, Shikshan Maharashtra Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh Memorial Award by Ishwar Maharashtra Open University Nashik, and Vidyavas Award by Vidya Cooperative Bank for his contribution towards education and social upliftment. He has worked as the director of Board of College and University Development, Savitribai Phule University, Pune, and active vice chancellor at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Presently, he is working as the vice chancellor of Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded, Maharashtra. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. I should also request respected chairperson for the event, Dr. P.R. Thorat Sir, to take the chair for the session. Invite respected Dr. V.R. Patari, sir, the spearhead and convener of the event, and the Impression Institute of Allied Sciences, Krishna Vishwavidyalaya, Dean of the University, President, the distinguished speaker, Honorable Dr. Vidyathakur, sir. Honorable sir, the way from the event. I shall now request respected Dr. Patari, sir, President, the chairperson of the event, respected Dr. Dora. So much, sir, we expect him to take the session. I now request the speaker to go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Let me thank organizers, the chairman of this institute, vice chancellor of the institute, advisor of the institute, then Dr. Patari, Deshmukh, all other teachers, students, and friends. In fact, this is an amazing gathering because all students coming from all over India have gathered over here. And it's always a pleasure to talk to young minds. So, what we will be doing in this lecture, that though microbiology is a subject classified under biology, it is an interdisciplinary subject. Because nowadays, even to do biology, you need physics, you need chemistry, you need mathematics, you need computer. Unless you do these things, unless you know these things, it will be very difficult for anyone to work at the molecular or level. And that is why interdisciplinary approach is very important. That is one. Second thing is that this particular conference aims at training the students for invention, innovation, startup, entrepreneurship. It is very consistent with the national education policy. Because what we need now is not just to mug up and write in the examination, but to understand the subject at depth. We should understand the concepts. Information is there. There is no dearth of information. Information is available very easily. But what to do with that information? That is the question. And I think the practical approach which students need to have in this era, that will also be discussed in this conference. So on this background, what I will show you few things. Of course, some of the things which I will show may not be you may not be familiar with them. But maybe later in life you will encounter that. Because if you really want to do good research, good innovation, good startup or entrepreneurship, you will have to use these tools and techniques sometimes in future, and that is why that will be helpful. Another aspect is that what kind of problems we are facing in 21st century and how they are related more or less to biological problems, because we are now facing the question of survival. And because of that, we have to do sustainable development. Unless we succeed in that, I don't think we'll be able to live on this earth after 100 years. That I'm not saying. It was said by Stephen Hawking. You know that he was a great physicist. He said the way we are going ahead or the way we are utilizing the resources, this earth will not be habitable after 100 years. So how to make it habitable? And there are two major aspects related to that. One is the energy and another is the biological system. So we have to bring these two things together. So I will start with my. Now, if you look at the national education policy, there are few aims and objectives which have been defined. I am just listing few of them. There are many. What is that we want? We want creating new system aligned with aspirational growth in 21st century. Because in 21st century, there are many challenges which we will have to face. You know, there are environmental challenges, climate change is there, then there is an energy crisis, then there is a food security problem. There are so many problems we have to face. And so we have to create a system which will make us able to face this problem. For that, we need holistic development. What is holistic development? It is a complete development of our brain, because brain has two hemispheres, right hemisphere and left hemisphere. Our education is aimed only training the left hemisphere. We are forgetting the right hemisphere. Because right hemisphere is concerned with the emotions, it is concerned with comprehension, it is concerned with creativity, imagination. So those parts we are missing. So what national education policy says that we have to concentrate on left hemisphere and right. We should learn to know, not learn to remember, but learn to know, learn to do. That is very important, because many times our students have degree, our students have marks, our students have certificate, but they are not able to do anything. So that should not happen. And after all, we have to live together. That is also a very important aspect. And in doing this, there are many aspects of the characteristics of human are to be developed. So what are these characteristics? These characteristics are memory, reasoning, aesthetic sense, physical capability, communication skills. All these things are also to be taken into account. Now, if we want to do this, there is one thing which we have to do, and that is change our mindset. Because unless we change our mindset, this is not possible. So for that, we have to understand what is mind. What is mind? That mind, of course, it is an imaginary thing. You can't show that this is mind. So what we can do, we can only assign some attributes and define that entity. And what are those attributes? These are the consciousness, imagination, perception, thinking, intelligence, judgment, language, and so many things. So this is what the mind is. And we have to change the mindset. Now, what is mindset? If you are, I don't know how much physics and instruments you know, but in instrumentation science, if you have an instrument, each instrument has a transfer function. What does it mean? That if you give some input to that instrument, you will get some output. And that is decided by that transfer function. Now, in our brain, there are many thoughts which are generated, but very few of them will be translated into action. Why? Because they are acted upon by mindset. Whatever mindset you have, accordingly the action will take place. And that is why mindset is very important. Suppose you aim to do something, like in this particular conference, we are aiming that we should do entrepreneurship, or you should look at the startup and those kind of things. Then you need to have mindset of that. If you don't have the mindset, then action will not come. And that is why mindset is very important. And this is possible because we have very developed brain as compared to other animals. If you compare brains of other animals, you know that the nearest neighbor to the human being is a chimpanzee. But human have many characteristics which chimpanzee doesn't have. Like we imagine, we create, we know how to paint, we understand music, we create music, we have a language. That chimpanzee doesn't have that. You know that chimpanzee takes 6 months to learn 2 words, mama and papa. Whereas human child in 6 months will learn thousands of words. So that is the difference. And that is why this brain is very important. Now, this is what the thing which happen in our body. Now, this is like Vishwarup Darshan. In Bhagavad Gita, you know that Krishna has shown the Vishwarup to Arjuna. So this is the Vishwarup Darshan. So if you take any aspect of this, only tiny aspect of this, hundreds of students whole of their life will not be able to solve that problem. So there is ample opportunity for all of you to do meaningful work. Okay, this is what happens in our body and what brain does. Now, if you want to do this, then as I said that we have to develop both the hemisphere, right hemisphere and left hemisphere. And you can also daydream. You can develop other qualities, skill and work experience, activity-oriented learning, values, human approach. All these things are also important. It is not that only you should know the subject. That is one part. That is very important. But along with that, we will have to acquire other qualities which are essential for doing something which is not routine, or doing something which is then, say, different than the job. So it begins with the invention. Now, what is invention? How do we invent? There is a method. There is a scientific method. And it starts with the curiosity. Because curiosity is the first thing. What is curiosity? That something comes in your mind or you are curious about certain thing. Unless this happens, you won't go ahead. But only being curious is not enough. You have to go for next and do some observations. Observation is also good because many things come out of observation. But observation is not sufficient. You'll have to do experiment. But doing experiment is not enough. You'll have to gather the data and analyze that data. Only analysis is not important because then you have to conclude. So all these steps are involved in invention. But this is an academic exercise. Many times it remains with the laboratory only. Whatever we invent, we publish and forget. But that is not enough. We have to go one step ahead. And what is that step? That we have to convert this invention into a product, commercial product. And unless you do that, in 21st century, it is of no use. That is why they say that you go from process to product. Don't stop only at the process. And that is what the aim of this conference is, that to orient you in that first. So that is very important. What is innovation? Invention may be routine, like you collect certain data, you analyze the data, and then you come up with some conclusion, and then that's all. No. Is there any value addition? Have you found out something new? Is there any new attribute? That is innovation. And that is also very important, because if you have to go to startup, you need to have an innovation, innovative. Then only you will stand apart. Okay, stand out as compared to others. If it is not there, it will be routine. That is why innovation is important. And the next step is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship needs many qualities. Means whatever qualities are required for innovation, what are the qualities required for invention? In addition to that, there are many qualities which one has to acquire if you want to be entrepreneur. And there are many things, I may not go through all of them. I can leave this say presentation for you to refer. I'll give to the organizers so you can go in detail that what are the ingredients. I'll discuss only one or two points. Many times it is said that education is not important for entrepreneurship. That is a common, concept, or many people stress on that. But that is not true. Wherever it happens, it is an exception. But what is the observation? The observation is higher the education, higher the success in entrepreneurship. That is the rule. So there are exceptions to that. You can go to Steve Jobs or many people who have done it without education, but that is an exception. What is the rule? Rule is higher the education, higher is the probability of entrepreneurship. Now in entrepreneurship, you need to have leadership qualities. Now what kind of leader you want to be? Because there are different types of leaders. Some are participatory leaders, some are authoritative leaders, autocratic leaders, charismatic leadership. There are many ways of doing leadership. So you try to understand that what is your character, what way you will be successful. Because one style is not suitable for all. So that also you have to think. Now, do you have capacity to take risk? Because when you want to do startup, business, entrepreneurship, there's always a risk factor. And how do you calculate the risk? How do you come to conclusion? How do you take the decision? So all these things are important, and those ingredients you have to inculcate. Then only you can go further. Otherwise, you will be remaining only in academic field. So I will not go through all because this is the point. Now, research is of two types. That there are some common problems which exist in our society. So is it worth doing research on that? Yes, it is. Because if you see that what are the present needs? Clean drinking water and sanitation, quality healthcare and education, improved transportation and air quality, energy and infrastructure. These are the problems which we are facing. So you can choose any one of these three. But if you are not interested, then you can go to these fields, which are automatic driving, composite materials, artificial intelligence, bionic living species. So there are many others like composite reality, quantum computing. There are many technologies which are coming. So you can pick up the problem which is everyday life problem, or the problem which is most advanced. So choice is yours, but you will have to make a choice out of that. Now, if you really want to do that, the next thing which you have to inculcate is interdisciplinary thinking. Nature doesn't think in terms of subjects. It doesn't think this is microbiology, this is physics, this is chemistry, this is botany, zoology. No. A simple example for this. This is the act of seeing. How do we see? If I am seeing you, you are seeing me. How does it happen? So there is an object. Light falls on the object. It gets reflected. Then comes to cornea. It is refracted over there. Then comes to lens. Again refracted. And then it is incident on the retina. So then the receptors will absorb that light. It is converted into electrical change. Then electrical impulses are generated. Then they go to the brain, and there it is pursued, that the act of seeing takes place. How many subjects are involved in them? There is physics, there is chemistry, there is biology, there is computer, because a lot of processing goes there, there is mathematics. And ultimately, if I ask you a question, that who sees it? We don't know. Because in brain there is not a particular cell which we can say that this cell is seeing it. No, we can't say. So this becomes a philosophical question. So one act, one event, and all subjects are involved in that. So our approach should be that yes, I am good in one subject, that is microbiology, but I have the feeling about other subjects also. I know that how they can be used to fulfill my aim. And that attitude we have to inculcate. Unless we inculcate this attitude, I am sure that it will not be successful in 20%. Now this is the nano world. Now we are talking about nanotechnology, nanoparticles, nano machines, all these things are things. Nature has already worked on it. So that is the advantage of biological systems. In biological systems, you get all nano machines, nano devices, nano processes, everything is there. I can give you a few examples of those. But this is the nano world in biology. That things are already happening. Nature has already done that. That is the biggest advantage of the biological system, because you will understand it better than physics and chemistry. So there are two ways. One is that use of technology in understanding biological systems, understanding biological systems to develop a technology. Now, which approach you take depends on. If you are good in biology, you can study biology better and then draw the principles from biological systems and try to develop the technology. So that can be a best approach for you. But if you are good in other side, technology, physics, and mathematics, then I will see that how technology can be used to understand the biological system. So I'll give the examples for both. Like now what we are thinking? We are thinking about composite materials. What are composite materials? That inorganic plus organic combined. Like you take ceramic, put some protein in that, it will have different properties. And that is how now we said that is field effect transistor, that is using organic semiconductor. So this is the new era which is coming up. So you should know what are the properties of biological system. You should know what are the properties of inorganic materials. And then you should study that what would be the combined effect. So this is a new area which is coming. Because these electronic materials are very important, because whole kind of advancement has taken place because of that. Like I am talking to you, we have good light in this auditorium, or there is a display, there is a projection. All these things have come up because of electronic material. And this is a very important area. And here now people are talking about biosensors. You know that suppose I want to find out what is the sugar level in my body, then I can use an enzyme which will activate the electronic device. And so that I can put that sensor in my body and I can monitor the sugar level at any time. Because right now what happens, that unless you go to doctor or you use that machine which will give you the estimate of the sugar, we don't know what is the sugar level. So biosensor is a new field which is coming up, which is giving us a lot of opportunities. And combined with the nanotechnology, it is creating new world. I'll give you examples of that. It will create a new world now. So because of this, what happened that because of liquid crystals, organic semiconductors, electroillumination materials were developed. So materials with high permittivity and permeability facilitated the development of high storage devices. Storing energy is a big problem, you know that. Whatever energy is created or we are using electricity, that has to be used as soon as it is generated. We can't store it in large quantities. We can store in a very small quantity in the cell. So now people are working on that, how to store energy. So can we have some, say, materials or devices which will help them to store in large quantities for longer time? So that is also a problem. So what are the applications? There are tremendous applications. There are many fields. I only listed few. But energy production and management, manufacturing industries and chemicals, automobiles, space exploration, defense, agriculture, biology and medicine, communication, research and development. Many areas are coming up. Many applications are required. So there is no dearth of areas where you can work or where you can put your. This is a new area which is very important. And there now biology will play a major role because we want to give human characteristics to the robot. Nowadays, you know that even the emotions are being imitated. And there is a fear that one day they will be better than human beings. So there you have to understand the biology, how brain works, how different senses are collected, how are they interpreted, how they are converted into emotion and that kind of. So that is also another area coming up. I'll give one example that how biology helps technology development. Now you know that in our auditory system, how we hear that the diaphragm is there, then there is a middle ear, where are the bones, they will amplify the sound. Now that is transferred into the inner ear. And there are hair cells. They will send this. These hair cells, they are actually connected to the, these are the hair cells and which are connected to diaphragm. So these hair cells, what they do? They will create the electrical impulses depending on the pressure exerted on the diaphragm. Now, for example, the sound is, suppose we are getting high intensity sound. Brain doesn't want to hear it. What it will do? It will operate on the hair cells. So hair cells will either elongate or contract. And how it is done? It is done by changing the electrical potential across the membrane. So this is an electromechanical device. And what is the size of this? 2 microns. Even technology is not able to produce device at that level right now. Nature has already done. So can we understand something from there? And create a device which is mechanical in nature. Why it is required? Because we are thinking about micro machines. What are they required for? For example, there is a block in the artery. You can use a micro machine, put it into the artery, it will go there and remove the cholesterol. And again, it will be coming back. So you want, yes. So you want the micro machine, and for that you need the devices which are very small in size. And nature has already done it. So you can learn from nature that how nature has done that. Another field which is coming on is astrobiology, or effect of gravity on biological systems. Now on Earth, gravity is constant, right from the beginning, 1g. Suppose you alter this gravity, what happens? We have done this experiment we have been doing for last 10 years. And in this picture shows that if you put the seeds in microgravity condition for 15 days and then sow them in the field, then you get the higher yield. This paper has been already published in American Journal of Gravitational Biology. So that is the first observation in the world. So this is the new area which is coming up, astrobiology. Or if you increase the gravity, what happens? It affects the growth. And if you expose seeds to the hypergravity, they retain the memory of exposure, and that is seen in the development. So that is also first observation which have been made in my lab in Pune. So this has also been published. So this is the new area which are coming. Now, there are many machines nowadays which are available for you. Suppose you want to study the properties of single molecule, a DNA, protein. So there are machines, it's called optical tweezer. What is it? It uses laser beams to hold the molecule at a point and then you can stretch it. How much force is applied? piconewtons. Pico is 10⁻². So that small force we can apply and study the properties of the biological system. So this is a new field which is coming up, that is called the physics of soft materials. Because soft materials exhibit different properties than hard materials. So biological materials are soft materials. So this is a new field which is coming up. So like that, you can apply the force and you can stretch. And this force is 68 piconewtons. This is available in Pune University. So whatever I am showing, it may not be in your laboratory. But nowadays in India, you can make use of those facilities by either some payment or through contact. So you need not be afraid that I don't have this, what I need. You'll have to search and see that how can you make use of those. Now this is transmission electron microscope. It will give you pictures of viruses, bacteria, bacterial surfaces, and resolution is very high in few angstrom. Means light and microscope is not of no use because it gives 0.5 micron only, but it goes up to angstroms. So transmission electron microscope is not only for physicists, it can be used by biologists also to find out the properties of different biological substances. These are some of the pictures at atomic level which are showing the property. Now you can create the situation which happens in space. What is the situation in the space? You can create in laboratory and then study that how biological materials will behave under that circumstances. So that is also possible. This is the laser deposition system which you can use, or solar cells. Now in solar cells also there are two types. Now organic solar cells are also coming because we want to increase the efficiency of solar cells. Then this is the atomic scanning microscope, scanning probe. Now, what are the problems? I will give you a few examples that where we can work. Now, this is one of the problems people are thinking, that developing penless needle. Now, when you give injection, now many people are scared of it, especially children. But you know that leech, what it does, when it bites us, it will secrete certain substance which will numb that part, or sensations are not there. So can you have needle like that? So this is one example. These are few examples which I am just giving you. Sun-powered chemistry, manufacture of chemicals consume fossil fuels that contribute to CO2 emission. So instead of that, can we use sunlight for developing different chemicals? So that is also an area coming up. Spatial computing. Everything visual reality and augmented reality application. Digitize objects that connect via cloud. Nowadays, people are thinking of mixed reality. Or as if, suppose you are in Delhi and I am talking to you, we can get a feeling as if we are close by and talking to each other. I can touch you or you can touch me, or we can generate that sensation which happens when we shake hands or when some emotions are created. So those kind of things are there. And that will happen through this. In silico medicine, instead of doing actual experiments on the animals and human beings, you can create that situation in computer or in silico. And then see that whether a particular drug is acting on that or not. So you can do testing in silico. So it will save you a lot of effort and also the expenditure. Digital medicine, that you can diagnose and also give the medicine to the patient. Aviation type of things which are there, means you can use magnets and those kind of things so that you can make the things levitate and they can go fast. Low carbon cement, because using cement produces a lot of CO2, and you know that there is a global warming because of that, and because of that the things are changing or the climate is changing. So can you have a cement which will emit less carbon dioxide? So that is also there. Quantum sensing, this is the new field coming up. this will revolutionize everything. Means earlier, you know that the first computer which was made in 1940, it needed half of this hall, and the capacity was not even of the is equal to the mobile which we are using right now. And now we have a mobile in which everything can be done. But whatever is done, all the mobiles in the world can be done by one mobile if you use quantum computing. So that will be the revolution. So this is the new technology which is coming up. This is the green hydrogen. How to get hydrogen? Because nowadays using fuel is causing a lot of pollution. So we are thinking of producing hydrogen. Now there are three types of hydrogen people are thinking: gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. What is the green hydrogen? There we are using the techniques which will not produce any harmful material which can change the climate. So that is green hydrogen. Now what are the ways to get the hydrogen? One is sweet water, electrolysis, but a lot of energy is required for that. So another approach is, can we use plants to produce hydrogen? There is a biological material. Because in plants, they do photosynthesis. For photosynthesis, you have to split water. So hydrogen is produced. Now that is used for formation of ATP, you know that. But small portion of that gets combined and it produces hydrogen. Now what scientists are thinking? To enhance this proportion. How do you enhance this proportion? You deprive algae for sulfur, means deprivation. If you reduce the quantity of sulfur, then it produces more hydrogen. But if it produces more hydrogen, the photochemical activity goes down. So less food is there. So algae will become weak. Now what you do? You again supply sulfur. So again they will replenish. Again use that algae for production of hydrogen. And these experiments are going on. Now to produce more hydrogen or increase the efficiency, people are trying to do mutations. So you mutate that algae, that is a great challenge. If you can get a mutant which will produce more hydrogen, it will be a evolution. So biology is required for that, understanding of the biology. Now genome sequencing was done in 1980s, you know that the first sequencing was done. But it was only sequencing. Now we are talking about synthesizing. So can you synthesize the whole genome? If you synthesize the whole genome, means you are designing a creature. Okay. So new types of microbes, new types of other animals you can create. And it will revolutionize the whole biology. Because then you can have a genome which will divide of genes which are prone to cancer, Alzheimer, Parkinson's, or many other diseases which are not controlled yet. So that is possible. So this will be a great revolution. And biologists will have a lot of role to play in this aspect. So I will not go further because there are many other applications, many other techniques. What message I wanted to give you is that even though you have a microbiology background, you should look for tools and techniques which are available in chemistry, physics, mathematics, computer science, which will enhance your activity or ability to produce the new things. Because that is what is required, where the innovation will come in, and that will result in startup and entrepreneurship. So in this particular conference, you have an opportunity to interact with industry people also. So you know a lot of things from there. So with this, I again thank organizers for giving me opportunity to interact with you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that exemplary talk. It was a pleasure listening to you, and we hope to have you in association furthermore as well.
Observe for the effect from the mind, the area on the stage to be developed in future. We also explain about innovation, information, and culture. Just I will give one example also. See, the guy was first standard pass, initially, and last semester, last week, he developed one instrument which reduces 30% vehicle pollution, right from two-wheeler to lorries. And 2 days back, Tata Motors purchased this device for 30 lakhs of rupees. And yesterday only, the Vice Chancellor of Solar University, Professor Thakur, offered him unbelievable professorship. He just passed space standard. He involved in innovation, and he invented that. Like that, everyone can do that. Can be involved in any subject. There's a there are many things to do in the future to reduce the pollution to everything, and we can take help of application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kurasa, for such a wonderful session. I request respected Abhinav Bihari ma'am to felicitate the speaker and the chairperson of the session. I request respected Bihari ma'am to felicitate the speaker of the session, Honorable Dr. Vidyasagar. If you want to talk about it, I think they're going to be very good. The chairperson for the session, respected Dr. Kurasa. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable input. And ladies and gentlemen, we should begin with the inaugural function shortly. Is there evaluation to the short? And request the audience to kindly refrain from using their mobile phones and put them on silent mode desirably. Delighted heart, I welcome all assembled here to witness a magnum opus. On behalf of everyone at Krishna Vishwavidya Bhushan to the University, Krishna Institute of Applied Sciences, I was Jyotsna Gandhi, take the privilege of rendering a warm welcome to this impeccable gathering. I sincerely hope that all whom you have entered this year be with strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is a national level student conference, the purpose of which is bridging the gap between industry, academia, and students from rural as well as urban India. We have a constellation of dignitaries and stalwarts who have spared their valuable time for us today. We are indebted for the gracious presence of our dignitaries, and I shall request the dignitaries to ascend the dais. We are indebted for the patient presence of the chief guest for the day, Honorable Dr. Amit Vidyasagar Sir, former Vice Chancellor at FRCM University in Nagpur. Let's have a big round of applause for him. And guest with honor, Honorable Dr. Sajan Patel Sir, Agricultural and Natural Resources Economics. We are delighted to welcome our guiding force and source of inspiration, the president for the event, Honorable Dr. Suresh Bose Sir, to the Krishna Vishwavidya University. We are glad to witness the presence of the dynamic and learned Honorable Advisor to Honorable Chancellor Krishna Vishwavidya University, Honorable Dr. Prakash Mishra Sir. We thank the Vice Chancellor of Krishna Vishwavidya University, the lovely Honorable Dr. Neelam Mishra Ma'am, for engaging with the event. We are happy to welcome the President of Microbiologist Society India, Honorable Dr. A.M. Deshmukh Sir. Last but not the least, I very much highly welcome to the enthusiastic leader, the spearhead of this event, Honorable Dr. G. Prakash Sir, Dean Krishna Institute of Applied Sciences, and the big builder of this year. And to begin with the event, I request respected Dr. G. Prakash Sir to address the audience.
Good morning, man all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, Honorable Dr. Biomake, Chancellor, Technical Secretary, Chief Guest, Dr. Pandit Vidyasagar sir, former VC, Swami Ramanand University, Nanded, guest of honor, Dr. Parsuram Patil sir, renowned economist, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Nirmal Mishra Madam, Vice Chancellor, Technical Secretary, Honorable Dr. Prakash Mishra sir, Chief Advisor to Chancellor and KVD, Dr. A. Vishnu sir, President, Microbiology Society, all the authorities of the Technical Analysts, deans, academic deans of the Constituent College, all the staff of the Technical Analysts, distinguished speakers, industry persons, participants, my auditing and non-routine colleagues, support staff, all the delegates from different corners of India, media persons, TV channel, newspaper people, and all academic ambassadors of the students you all. I welcome all of you in this August gathering of the inaugural function of today's National Conference Industry Academia Meet for students of rural and urban India, and on the theme of Biomake India in India. I am here to open the theme of conference. This today's national conference is jointly organized by KVP, KIS, and Microbiology Society of India. The theme of conference has based on origin of the drive made by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, that is Make in India, and we as biologists were written as Biomake in India. The concept of this meeting envisages ideation, innovation, startup, incubation, and prototyping of the area of biological sciences to promote careers in biotechnology, microbiology, physics. This conference gives the capacity to retain the competitive edge in the attracting the most talented, innovative, and diverse biology aspirants from around the nation. The team also focuses on inspiring young minds to foster innovation, facilitate research, and enhance their confidence and freedom to stage big ideas for better future. The necessity for entrepreneurship development and Biomake in India among the youth in the country will help to see well beyond what is happening today, and will see the impact of same in the future of India. In the conference, participants right from Himachal Pradesh to Kanyakumari, more than from 18 different states, the participants are there, they are gathered here to interact with industry professionals, knowledge sharing with event speakers and expert participants. They will participate in different student activities, competitions, as well as the campus too. In the student activities, we have the competitions like posters, models, biology, studies, photography, speech competitions, as well as drawing competitions. I take this opportunity to showcase my university, which I will be as well as our institute, which are allied science. Krishna University here to known as Krishna Institute of Material Sciences, University. Now that Krishna University is located on the Krishna confluence of the Krishna and Kona rivers with 57 acres, green and eco-friendly campus, with 6 confluent institutes and medical, dental, physiotherapy, nursing, pharmacy, and allied science. The university is accredited by NAC with A percentage and has been conferred ISO 9001:2015 certification. The Krishna Institute of Allied Sciences has established in 2007 and which offers undergraduate programs in microbiology, biotechnology, environmental science, from this year, nutrition and dietetics, food and technology. All these programs are entire programs. In addition to that, in the post-graduation, biotechnology, microbiology, environmental science, and industrial microbiology. In the PG diploma, there are two PG diplomas, 1 year diplomas. Fermentation technology is one, second is food packaging and preservation technology. In the PhD, it is available in the subjects biotechnology, microbiology, environmental sciences, and industrial microbiology with 7 credits and 30 student feedback. The peculiarity of our PhD program is our university offers certain as par with the JRS and SR. We focus on the multidisciplinary approach to shape students' careers in accordance with the regional and national focus and keep pace at par with the National Education Policy 2020. The choice-based system has been introduced to all the programs with maximum flexibility. The institute has very quick and state-of-the-art labs with more than 50 high-end equipment for research and practice. Spacious classrooms, huge central library, which is fully digitalized, and more than lakhs of books, journals, periodicals, resources, and digital others. The highly experienced teachers, faculty members, majority are with the PhD degree. DOT staff as well as external support staff is there. Full campus is under CCTV vision. MOUs are made with Indian and overseas universities, industries, research institutions, and colleges. And we encourage through these MOUs to the students and faculty for their exchange programs. Excellent placement track record is there. Regular placement guides are taken. One microbiology society, which is one part of our collaboration in this conference, which was established in 1996 nationwide, more than 1,500 life members are there, more than 5,000 members are there, and help life as people to promote and organize student and society-centered activities in biotechnology and nutrition. I'm sure the participants will take full advantage, full benefit of this conference and take with them pleasure of Biomake aviation. My dear friends, as Mr. Professor told, that this is the opportunity, because this opportunity is grabbed by the young man. It is said that opportunity not the once, and you should not miss the opportunity. Otherwise, what happens? We say that once upon a time, it was my time, but I had no time. But now I have time and time, but my time is not. So this situation should not come. I congratulate all my team, organizers, and the people who supported me. I express my sincere thanks, and again, I offer the pleasure of best compliments to you all. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you for the first recruitment to the event. It is now time to honor the gracious ensemble on the stage. Let us render a floral welcome to the dignitaries of the dance. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. Suresh Bosnitha to welcome our chief guest for the event, Honorable Dr. Pandit Vidyasakar, former Vice Chancellor at University. I request Dr. G.R. Pathare, sir, Dean Krishna Institute of Life Sciences, to welcome the President of the event, Honorable Dr. Suresh Bosnitha, Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, Dean to University. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time. I shall now request Honorable Chancellor, sir, to welcome our guest of honor for the event, Honorable Dr. Parashram Patil, sir, Agricultural, Natural Resources, Economic. I invite Honorable Chancellor, sir, to welcome our guest of honor for the event, Honorable Dr. Vikram Rajneeshwar, Chief Advisor to Honorable Chancellor, sir. I now request respected Mrs. Tina Masuka Madam, Dean Academic, Krishna Institute of Life Sciences, to welcome our guest for the event, Honorable Dr. Masuka Madam, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapith, Dean to the University. I request respected Dr. G.R. Patani, sir, to welcome the President of Microbiology Society, India, Honorable Dr. IAMSRUI. Respected Dr. Pramila Bansal, to welcome the convener for the event, respected Dr. G.R. Patani, sir, Dean Krishna Institute of Life Sciences, Krishna Vishwavidyapith. Thank you so much for being such an institution. I render a hearty welcome and appreciate and cherish the august presence of all the university officials, deans, and dean academics at Constituent colleges who spare their valuable time for us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your august presence. There's a quote by Marianne Williamson which reads, "As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people the permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence actually liberates others." With this, I invite the dignitaries on the dais to light a ceremonial lamp that symbolizes the of wisdom over ignorance and light over darkness. I request respected Dr. Abananda Hatima to recite the 761 Mantra in monotonous voice. I have conducted deliveries on the house to release the conference souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is known in India with all the wisdom and we are all yours. I request the lecture honorable Dr. Parisham Patil to address the audience. Honorable Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Environment, Convener of the Conference, all the life sciences, life science researchers, entrepreneurs, my dear students, good morning. First of all, I would like to congratulate this management authority that they are thinking very big about this. Time beyond media. If you go to any international stage, be it at the United Nations, be it at the Balkan, Asian American, and the state government, bioeconomy is the future. If we categorize the industrial economic growth or economic compartment, it starts with agriculture, then go to the industry, then go to the manufacturing, then go to the service industry, then IT, and now future supply. So that's why it's a word of caution to all of us that contribute meaningfully in terms of research, in terms of entrepreneurship, because we all go to the ultimate development of India. And the whole world is looking India for great hope
bioeconomy, which is a great measurement of bioeconomy. And bioeconomy is giving a solution to the entire development, contributing to climate change, contributing to food security, contributing to whole water. These are doing economic different going towards bioeconomy. So I'm going to give you detail what were my experience or working with teaching my further talk. So Father Nagar is a great initiative. I congratulate all of you and I wish a great response.
Thank you so much, sir. Some personas can light up the room just by entering it, such as the aura of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mr. Sharma. I take privilege of inviting the dais, the ever so great, inspiring, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to share her valuable thoughts on this occasion. A very good morning to everyone of you. Honorable Chancellor, sir, Honorable Chief Advisor, sir, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pandit Vijay on respecting Dr. Patil, sir, respected Dr. Deshmukh, sir, my respected team, and so I have a institute, my respected team, academics, and all the respected persons present in here, my dear students from all over the India. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I'm just confident that you will take a full advantage of this conference on Biomake in India. In my humble capacity as the Vice Chancellor of this illustrious University, Krishna Siddharthi, I would like to recall my compliments to Dr. Patil, sir, and we have Dr. Snehal Masterful Madam for this notable initiative in organizing this meaningful national conference. I'm thankful to Microbiological Society of India for giving us this opportunity of hosting this prestigious conference. A conference of this magnitude to be organized requires passion, commitment, devotion, dedication, and discipline, all in reason, in addition to the material sources. The palpable enthusiasm for the conference is amazing and gives us an insight about its timeliness and relevance alike. We need to bear in mind that it is the transformation of our young, youthful manpower into people and persons of impacted personality. Where in the title of Vishnu Guru be applicable to us. This conference, in my opinion, is a decisive, positive, pragmatic step that would cater to a bit to a larger cause. Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, sir, for his unending benevolence and complimenting the organizing team. I thank you all for patient listening. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. We and Krishna Vishwavidyapith University are blessed to have honorable advice and honorable Chancellor as a driving force and motivator. His knowledge, his command over languages and leadership qualities are way beyond comprehension and human capacity. Let us get entranced with the spellbinding words of this wordsmith. I request Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir to address the gathering.
One to the Chancellor of this illustrious Krishna Vidyapith, the University, Esteemed Dr. Suresh Bhosle, the chief guest of the inaugural ceremony of this conference, and educationist partner, a role model for all the ceremony. Respected Dr. Pandit Vidyasagar, former Vice Chancellor of Anand University, Nanded. The guest of honor, an authority in its own right in agricultural economics and invite the government of India, respected Dr. Patel, a legendary person whose benevolence and like to know my very reference. Dr. IAMSRUI, for really restoring Dr. Patel and his team, including Krishna Vishnu is a golden opportunity of organizing this meeting voted in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I joined Dr. Patel on his Vice Chancellor in reiterating that it's not only timely that we wage a serious, sincere, meaningful discussion to conferences like this, not just in terms of providing just a career path for providing children to be transformed into precious human resource. But it is a larger purpose which is required in this organization. Very rightly, very appropriately, in very brief words, Patel very clearly demonstrated that ultimately the world is going to be governed in this 21st century in terms of totally and totally what is equality down 5%. That's the word. How exactly we are in a position to be focusing on it? How exactly we will be in a position to work out our play field with equivalence and equality in this particular domain? How exactly we are in a position to translate not only the career path but creative, consistent contribution in the domain of innovation in these domains whereby we not only turn out to be an economic driving force, but we also turn out to be an intellectual repository of innovations in an open Indian style. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, when we contemplate as to what exactly are the stakes for the country as a whole, the stakes are huge. The stakes are gigantic. And then we quote a very famous management expert, Peter Drucker. A small little sentence which I am going to be awaiting for the purpose of putting my small straight thoughts on this particular. He says, quote, if you just want to make a future, predicted, unquote. No future can be made illegal. If you are not in a position to predict and then doing for actualization. It's not a imaginary contemplation. It's not a wish list. It's not a spiritually phenomenon. It is predicting the possibility of predicting the future is the only way when you will be in a position to be made translate into a reality for the purpose of converting to be a best accomplishment. It's in this field, ladies and gentlemen, I want to do small little parallels for the purpose of justifying as to how exactly this conference is expected to be creatively contributed. Number one. In the present parlance, there are 12 biotechnological destinations that the world has been able to find. And in this 12 biotechnological destinations that the globe has been able to find, India is one of the prominent geographic locations amongst these 12 biotechnological locations in the world. Again, I want to put across a second important fact that it is not that we are a part of this dozen. It's no accident that we are a part of this dozen. But this dozen in the domain of its stimulation is going to be not only the path breaker, the pathfinder, but it is going to be ending up in an era and arena of truth. How? In what context and in what manner? Ladies and gentlemen, Department of Biotechnology, created by the Government of India, in its report designated as Strategy Plan for Biotechnology worked out between 2015 to 20. We have approved the plan and now we have launched the executional domain of the plan with modifications. What does it say? It says, in the coming decade, beginning from the year 2022 minus corona, forget that impact. In the coming decade, biotechnology is expected to be a generator of $100 billion economy by its in coming years. And it is in this context, ladies and gentlemen, I'm again going to be quoting a small little parable, which organization called as ABLE, ABLE, Association of Biotechnology Led Enterprise, ABLE, has cataloged that India is expected to be actualizing this in terms of 5 important arms that have been identified in the domain of private market revolution, resulting in translation to $100 billion economy in coming years. And the 5 important arms the academic world has to take of which biopharmaceuticals is the first arm, bioagriculture is the second arm, bioservices is the third arm, bioinformatics is the fourth arm, and absolute bioindustry is the fifth arm. These are the 5 arms, these are the 5 tentacles, these are the 5 dimensions in the technology. Ultimately, no industrial propagation can be worked out without a meaningful collaboration, cooperation, and integration between the academia and the this has been a catchment which we have been contemplated, I think we that from 1986 in terms of the education policy document that was at the then former lead scientist of India. But how exactly, how best we have been in a position to actualize it, still there are 1,000, still there are huge gaps between untapped. But then we reach vision. But I'm right, it was seen that the journey of 1,000 miles is expected to be reading the humble step, not in terms of modesty, but with vision plan, with a focused purpose, with a targeted differentiation, with a predicted future, and now here our efforts to actualize the same in terms of creating both men, money, material, and manpower. What is at stake needs to be deciphered very clearly by the academic institutions, and therefore I am emphasizing that one. Department of Biotechnology will take this entire system of translation of this biotechnological plan into action. They gave a very beautiful depiction of the purpose of the pathway for action. And they said, ultimately, this is going to be actualized by not by job eating human resources. It is possible only when the educational system will be in a position to generate entrepreneurial skills, and it will be the entrepreneurship which is going to be fun. Therefore, the basic dictum which I want to discuss in terms of this bioeconomic translation is you don't have to end up in a job getter, a job seeker. You have to end up in being a job provider. This is the translation which the biotechnological revolution and bioeconomy is wanting Indian youth to be translated as. As to whether the academia in this country has been in a position to take up this challenge of converting its precious human resource, not just ending up in the domain of any prescriptive factor, curriculum and targeted dispensation, whether it is the entrepreneurial transformation which has been inbuilt into the mechanisms, curriculum, operation, teaching, learning, mode, manner, and assessment. And a diligent preparation in the context of everything of this translated in the million-dollar question, which the academia will have to be answered, and generally, academia will be in a position to be responsibly accountable to the industry on an equal basis. Otherwise, अपनी चिल्मन के अंदर तक पड़े आप अपनी चिल्मन से ढके हुए हैं न वो आपको देखते हैं न आप उन्हें देखने की इच्छा रखते हैं इसलिए मैंने asked what's the way forward in a poetic way chairman sir I have responded a very beautiful couplet which has been put forward by Usha who says इधर चिल्मन से उठाते उधर चिल्मन से उठाते अरे लगा तो आप चिल्मन को नहीं खाते हैं and this is what, and it's not an accident of operate. The government of India, for the purposes of peace, entrepreneurship, development, has given an 8-point plan for that particular purpose. I still do not know how many regular formulated in this country can be academic institutions that have been in a position to get an academic awards. The real problem is that the gap which stands between these two dimensions. For any number of reasons, we have not been in a position to teach it to the The eight-step formulation which has been put across is entrepreneurship will mean what? It means three small horizontal equations. An entrepreneur through entrepreneurship will end up in an enterprise. This is the simplest of the horizontal equation which has been discussed. And the translation of this is possible by an eight-step mechanism which has been put across by the Department of Science and Technology, by the Department of Biotechnology, in a very cogent and credible manner. They say, academia has to ensure that the learner is in a position to discover himself or herself. Therefore, dear children, the first step which is contemplated in this particular direction is self-discovery. Whether a learner is in a position to discover himself in the entire domain, and this discovery is not imaginary in existence. This discovery is identifying the arm or the arm in which the regulator will be in a position to be of himself or herself, be it the arm of bioagriculture, be it the arm of biopharmaceutical, be it the arm of bioindustry, be it the arm of bioinformatics. These are the five important dimensions of five flows which have been put across the purposes of empirical discovery. It is not a discovery in evaluation in picture. Having worked out the concept of self-discovery, the second important thing that is across is Google education of the problem. Nothing is going to work out without the capacity to identify the problem. Therefore, the second step in the hallmark which is across is identification of the problem. After the identification of the problem is then you have the ideation. Until and unless there is an ideation, nothing is going to profit that. Therefore, the domain of ideation. This ideation will need absolute planning for the purpose of an operational execution. But planning continues to remain on paper if you are not in a position to find up a startup capital. Finding out the startup capital should result in launching of the startup. This startup will be open to growth, and the growth will end up in RS. These are the eight steps which are These are the benchmarks, ladies and gentlemen, which have to be available for the purpose of bridging the gap that is so gigantic. But then, as I say, until and unless we deliver on these subtle, concrete issues, rather than talking of innovation in a blind domain, until and unless we stand up to the planned domain. And therefore, I began my talk with what we predict your future and translate that prediction into reality. The future is briefly in terms of future analysis document which has been put across on this part, the academic distribution into area industry and various industrial communities in terms of the 5 months to work out inter-education and integration in a planned, lean, thoughtful manner where each objectives can be translated into that. There are ways and means provided, ladies and gentlemen, they can be taken for discussion. At this time, I trust and believe that this conference is expected to be one of significant milestones in the annals of that bioeconomy which awaits India, is strictly the success story for the purposes through the basis of these young democratic units to be translated into biotechnological entrepreneurs with entrepreneurship skills ending up in a huge biotechnical global enterprise, totally Indianized of the Indians by the India for the world. Thank you very much for appreciating you.
Let us now honor the achievers in their own right, the nominated awardees. I request the dignitaries on the dais to do the honors of presenting the awards to the nominated awardees. I should request the chief guest of the event, Honorable Dr. Vidyasagar sir, to present the first set of awards. I request Honorable Chief Guest to present the National Biotech Award to Dr. Prafulla Bhagye from Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. I request Honorable Chief Guest to present the National Biotech Award to Dr. Pratilabha Dr. Nagar Maharaj. I now request Honorable Chief Guest to present the National Biotech Youth Award to Dr. Sakshi Bharadwaj from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Request Honorable Chief Guest to present the National Biotech Youth Award to Dr. Sakshi Bharadwaj from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Honorable Chief Guest to present the National Biotech Award to Dr. Dharmesh Adhyaru from Mumbai, Gujarat. So much. I shall now request the guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Parashram Patil sir, to present the next set of awards. To begin with, I request Honorable Patil sir to present the National Biotech Youth Award to Ms. Sharmila Ulangathan from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I request Honorable Dr. Parashram Patil sir to present the National Biotech Youth Award to Mr. M.S. Revan from Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. I request Honorable Dr. Parashram Patil sir to present the National Biotech Award to Dr. Kumar Kale from Vardhan, Maharashtra. Thank you so much, Dr. Patil sir, for doing the honors. I request Honorable Chancellor Dr. Suresh Bhosle sir to present the next set of awards. I request Honorable Chancellor sir to present the National Biotech Award to Mr. Girish Kukreja from Ahmednagar, Nashik. I request Honorable Chancellor sir to present the National Biotech Award to Dr. Gaurav Shah from Surat, Gujarat. Request Honorable Chancellor sir to present the National Biotech Award to Dr. Anshula Sharma from Faridabad, India. Honorable Master, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Victor Raj Mishra sir to present the next set of awards. I request Honorable Dr. Mishra sir to present National Biotech Youth Award to Ms. Devashri Gold Apple from I request Honorable Dr. Mishra to present National Biodiversity Award to Ms. Saida Tamanna Yasmin from Guwahati, Assam. Honorable Advisor, sir, for doing the honors. I request Honorable Dr. Mr. Mishra, ma'am, Vice Chancellor, to present National Biodiversity Award to Ms. Athena D. from Thiruvananthapuram. I request Honorable Dr. Mishra, ma'am, to present National Biodiversity Award to Ms. Mrunal Bhatt from Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Sorry, Mr. Mrunal Bhatt from Vellore, Tamil Nadu. Apologize for the people. I request Honorable Dr. A. Deshmukh, sir, President Microbiology Society of India, to present the National Biodiversity Award to Ms. Riya Bansal from Ludhiana. I request Honorable Deshmukh, sir, to present the National Biodiversity Award to Dr. Vikrant Kulkarni from Pune, Maharashtra. I request Honorable Deshmukh, sir, to present the National Biodiversity Award to Mr. Brahmji from Delhi. I request Honorable Dr. Deshmukh, sir, to present National Biodiversity Award to Mr. Chandan Gaunekar from Goa. Thank you so much, deputies, for presenting the award. The remaining awards we presented tomorrow. It is time to invite and revert chief guest to address the audience. I shall take the privilege of inviting the Titan Honorable Dr. Pandit Vidyasagar, sir. His his address as the chief guest.
Just want to make 3 points. India has development that we based on India. Third, we see very development of especially the university and community accepted the principle of accessibility policy. It is good that we have achieved access and equity of a state, but quality has been neglected. But I'm very happy to be here in these centers, where quality is also addressed for. So this is a great achievement. And really goes to the engineering. All the people who are involved. That after 75 years, so, it's not only. And the third group is that it is not only either it is that India is in the second group. What is the challenge? Challenge is to go into the first. Because unless we do that, our progress will not be done. It is not. Of course, we have to work really hard. So many times, there are situations where fear is expressed that we are not be able to do. And especially the young people, if this kind of activity is presented before them, then it is very for us. So on that count, what I would like to say that we should remember the sentence by Yuri Gagarin, who was the first astronaut who made people say, there was no guarantee that he would come. After he came down, he was asked that what was your faith? He said, Devi is not so cruel as it is. So we must remember this. After all the difficulties, we are not doing so much material that will not be able to do. So our question is इसलिए करती हूँ. And that is what this conference is. To prepare our young mind to be understood. Because we know that we need to think in terms of study. We need a lot of research. But we stop at that point. We never really start. Now we have the time that we have to go ahead and actually enter in the job. And on that count, this conference actually is taking a very important safety step. Amazing to see that participants from most of the states of India coming to Sahara. I have been attending many conferences, national and international. National conference also there are participants from other countries from Karnataka. That is Cuba. International conference is there to those students from foreign countries who are coming in India, they are participating in India. But this is not there. We have got so many students coming from all parts of India. And I think we should congratulate them.
of the region or organizations. Now, I would want to say that these people have gone long way. You are my first visit, it's my first visit to the center. I already gave about the institute to form. But many steps we have been already taken by this institute, which are consistent with national education. Because whenever we think about medicine, we hardly think about the allied science. You know that most of the tools and techniques which are used in medical practice are developed by non-medical. And that is what it is very, very, very important that both the groups are in this subject. That in this biomake, there are many subjects which are in. The traditional subjects like botany, zoology, microbiology, biotechnology. But along with that, we have nanobiotechnology, astrobiology, the microbiome. There are many, many aspects which are coming. And we need the timing between all these things together. That's what my point I will insist in my answer. That we must have interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. This we found that we do not succeed in whatever endeavor we are doing. And on that ground, I think that students will take a lot of things that when they go back, if we give them a new meaning, they will utilize their children's also. That we interact with the people of the experts who will become questions. There should be a communication type of, session in this conference, where students will be given freedom to ask questions. So it should not be a monologue, but it should be a dialogue. Because when you start asking questions, your thought process will start. That is the beginning of the process. Otherwise, everything will be So we take the word away and coordinators and I wish all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful words. Let me take pride in inviting to the stage the motivated individual whose dynamism knows no bounds. But before that, as a token of our appreciation, I request respected Dr. G.R. to present a memento to Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vidyasagar sir. I request respected Kakari sir to present a memento to the guest of honor for the President, Honorable Dr. Parasham Anand sir. I request respected Kakari sir to present a memento to the guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Parasham Anand. Thank you so much, sir. I should now invite to the dais an individual whose dynamism knows no bounds, an impeccable administrator, a pragmatic leader, a philanthropist, an ace at every race, and an epitome of poise, patience, and grace. I request the president for the event, Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, sir, Chancellor Krishna Vishwavidya Dean to the University, to deliver his presidential address.
It's a pleasure to be here and to have almost 70 states. Right? And this is the first ever conference we really had for microbiology and biotechnology. And it's really amazing from the response we got from the students. At the outset, I would like to say that when we started our courses in biotechnology and microbiology, I had always kind of to say that the last century really belongs to the company. The way we work, the way we live. And this century, they always said would belong to the bioscience. They are going to really make a difference. And you see how we are going to really predict our future. But as we predict our future, I always feel that we have to see where do we stand today? What is our status? Many of us are not even aware of what is really happening on the big scene. The greatest threat here to our existence, to our planet, is from humanity. That is the greatest threat. And it is because if you look at, you see the world population, highest ever world with whole planet is crowded on. It's not a great thing to be the most populous country in the world also, but the whole population has gone up. So we really have the resources to sustain this. And then see where the safety I will look out. I will look out for biotechnology, for biosciences. So this is where we stand today. So look at our natural resources. What about we see the simplicity what we need every day is pure, clean drinking water. 97% of the water is in the ocean. 2% is in the ice cap. And only 1% is available for us to drink and go for. Only 1%. Is that going to be enough? And in a country like us, where we use water, we still are not recycling. We have a long way to go there. And it is not only about water, it's about everything. What about everything? We have the fossil fuels that are available in the world, particularly in the very eastern countries and South American countries like Venezuela and for the world all together. These organs are not going to sustain at the rate they are using them today, not more than 50 years. So these resources are getting exhausted. What is the same thing as more aggressive? Even our government is running our power plants and food. And what are we going to do about this? And these are the solutions really we have to work out with these young minds. I'll give you a small example. We have a small village project. This village project. The first thing we had put there was clean drinking water.
You also have an agriculture policy. You have an agriculture policy and, what we do now, the agriculture we have realized, I think the is all over the country. We don't have enough land. The people are staying on agriculture, it's 70% of the population. Now, within our area, a family does not own more than 6 acres of land. So you cannot expect to see people to sustain self-employment on those 2 acres of land and still make progress. So we are trying to see that come away from the agriculture and get into industry, get into services. That is the way we have to really go forward. Because we are limited by that. Eventually we are limited by that. We have done our best. People go to the field. So we have brought in technology, the technology really coming here, and where we used to see avenues of consumer profitability now there's more than 100%. Any farmer can really go more than 100 tons of field building. So that is really not that. In spite of that, it's just like to say that for country like us, to have a surplus of sugar, we had one by just not enough field, and then continue profitable. On Wednesday, the good today we are making a not good enough for tomorrow. And the seed is not registered all over the world. There is a world shortage of people now. It's shortage of people all over the world. That is the suddenly part of. And now how many farmers expect that to get a good price? People to get a good price. So it's all about balancing. There has to be growth, but it has to be balanced among the sustainable. You should be able to sustain, you should be able to protect, and that is the way forward. And not take any further time, we have to reach because admission to recommend one or two of these sessions. You obviously I will use the story to learn from our teachers. We become teachers for some time. And then the students become our teachers. And you understand that you learn from everyone. And you have to learn from everyone. You have to learn from everyone. But what about the individual actually? So the stewards are do. And people are welcome once again. So the students, the students, teachers,
Thank you very much for the motivation. I now request Dr. Tanya Hansel, organizing commission of this event, to give a volleyball.
Thank you, madam. The afternoon when I asked an image of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. I, Dr. Pranaya, as a conference coordinator, once again welcome you all on behalf of Krishna Institute of Allied and Microbiology Society India in this 2 days conference, national conference on biomake. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks on this memorable inauguration ceremony. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Honorable Dr. Suresh, Chancellor KVD Parak, who despite his busy schedule has found time to take this occasion. We are grateful to our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Kandishi Vyasakar, former VP faculty in India, for accepting our invitation and inspiring the gathering. We are thankful to our great guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Prakash Mishra, Chief Advisor to Honorable Chancellor and KVD, as well as Honorable Dr. Parashram Patel, Agriculture and Hygiene Economics, for accepting our invitation and encouraging us. We are grateful to our Pro-Chancellor, Honorable Dr. Pranaya, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Dr. Neelam for their contribution. Their independent always encouragement. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Vishwa and the Convener of the conference and the Minister of Sciences and Dr. A. Sir, President Microbiology Society India for their constant support and encouragement. I thank all the university officials, all the deans of the constituent colleges, directors, dean academy, head of the department, civil department, geology department, photography department, printing press, power house, central store, housekeeping department, staff, transport department, publicity department, dean department, all the staff and board of our national family for their very innovative service. My appreciation thanks Dr. Aparna Prasad for the activity of self-fulfillment. I owe special gratitude to the committee established and members, teaching and non-teaching staff members, research scholars, volunteers, students of different of life sciences who have worked hard to ensure that this conference becomes a memorable. My appreciation thanks to all the focus videos. Last but not least, we are thankful to all the participants coming from the state for their overwhelming response for this conference. And thankful to all the team and the mentors who helped us directly or indirectly to make this program a grand. I want to request your forgiveness if I have missed to mention someone's name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. On the chair, I declare that the nomination is over. The session by Dr. Parasham Patel sir shall be conducted shortly. Kindly be seated in your place and sign off meeting. I have some useful body. We will be able to listen to the guest have a student only the body. All the members are represented and invited for the students. So, we do not need the body.
कपडे सर मी जोशी बोलतोय. ऐकू येत आहे का? चोपडे सर.
नमस्ते सर.
हा नमस्ते. माझं किती?
नमस्ते. कशा?
हो छान छान छान. आता
बरं,
माझं
बरं.
शेड्यूल केलं ना 12:30 वाजता माझं लेक्चर.
चालेल. हा बरोबर आहे.
मग कोणतरी अनाऊन्स करेल का?
हा बरोबर आहे. आता कोणते अनाऊन्स करेल ते कॉल यू आय थिंक सर.
दे विल कॉल. ओके ओके.
ते कॉल यू सर.
आय विल वेट फॉर देम.
प्लीज वेट. या प्लीज वेट सर. ओके थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू.
चोपडे सर आणि जोशी सर नमस्कार. तृप्ती गोखले फ्रॉम दुबई.
हो नमस्कार. आता तुमचंच लेक्चर झालं का?
नाही सर, माझं
आता
दुपारी
मी
आहे.
आता मध्य प्रदेशामध्ये आहे सर. व्हाईस चान्सलर इन मध्य प्रदेश.
कोण? तृप्ती मॅडम का?
हा नाही तृप्ती मॅडम आहेत त्या.
हो.
मी आता
policy advice on agriculture market and development of farmers, agriculture trade liberalizations and negotiations. At the World Trade Organization, the key focus is likely implications in developing country interests. Forest accounting, climate change. Dr. Patil has 8 books to his credit on Indian agriculture, besides numerous research papers in national and international journals. He has been a prolific writer in leading newspapers in India on Indian agriculture. He gives policy advice to Indian government and has interacted with corporate sector involved in agribusiness, forestry, climate change, farmers groups, and civil society organizations. Let's welcome the scholar, David John Yes. We welcome Dr. Parshvara Patil and I request her to please start their talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Specifically, I'm going to share with you all of my practical experiences while working with the various institutions, while working with the central government, while working with the state government, and the institutions like the United Nations Climate Change, Asian Development Bank, World Bank. So I'm going to share you practical experiences why bioeconomy is important, and the students like you who are specifically in the life sciences, microbiologists, they have a great future ahead because their future is aligned with the future of the entire nation. So how that I'm going to present you facts that the why bioeconomy is so important. So let me start with the introduction. That see the India's bioeconomy is right now up to the reach $80 billion. It's the latest figure of last 2021. And if you see the future, it's going to become a 2025 $150 million. You can imagine the amount of content is involved into this particular industry. If you see amount of startup is in this particular, see the statistic of 2021, amount of startups they are increasing, amount of startups they are specifically in this field is huge. That's why I'm saying the bioeconomy is something is huge. Even if you see, if you compartmentalize, which I was talking at the inauguration, that if you departmental-wise or if you segment-wise categorize the entire Indian economy, you will find that it has started with the agriculture, with the independence, then it moves to the industry, then it moves to the manufacturing sector, then it's moved to the service industry or service economy, then it moves to the IT. Now is the future of bioeconomy. That's why the future is predicted that it will reach $150 billion into the 2025. So it's a huge, and country like India, which is agriculture dominated, country like India, which is the best on rural economy, it is a ready-made raw material or ready-made ultimate, the things available which will generate the huge amount of bioproducts will go for the bioeconomy. So it's very important. So let's understand what is the bioeconomics. Because you might have heard this bioeconomy is a new word because we are the researchers, so we're not having direct connection with what is the economics. But let's understand what is the bioeconomics. Bioeconomics is the utilizations judicially, sustainability of bioresources and convert that bioresources into the product and generate the monetary resources to bioeconomy. So in nutshell, you develop the entrepreneurship, you develop the different kind of product, you develop the things which is in demand in the market, and from that you develop the monetary resources so that generation of employment, development of new entrepreneurships, and this all activity will have a certain value in the economics. That is a bioeconomy. Why India bioeconomy is important for India? It is because India is specifically depend on the agriculture. The kind of diversity, the kind of agriculture production which we have, it's phenomenal. It's very rare you find in the rest of the world. So that entire thing can be the raw material or waste of the agriculture will be the input point for the bioindustry or bioeconomy. That's why the bioeconomy is important for India. So why do we need a bioeconomy? Right now, we see the 3-4 challenges the India is facing. One of the challenges is the food security. Second, the climate change. And third is the over dependency on the agriculture or rest of the sector. So how the bioeconomy play into it? See, right now, food sustainable system. For example, I'll give one example to why it is important. See, India is the largest exporter of sugar or largest exporter of rice in the world. But to produce a sugar, 1 kg of sugar, you require at least 3,000 to 4,000 liters of water. To produce 1 kg of rice, you at least require 4,000 to 5,000 liters of water. So you can imagine, and India is already a water deficient country. India is already, we are lagging in terms of what our water table is going down by 1 meter every year. And at the same time, if you see our edible oil sector, we are importing almost 60% edible oil what we needed. Out of our consumption, at least 60% we import from the rest of the world, like Malaysia, these are things. And if you see the edible oil, like soy, like sunflower oil, like groundnut oil, these are the ready-made material for to prepare ethanol or to further making the input for the bio industry. Even if you see Maharashtra is the #1 country, Maharashtra is #1 state in the cashew production. If you go to the just 50 kilometers from here towards the Ghat section or towards the Kolhapur, you will find that the cashew nut is the main economic driver into that particular economy, particular region. But 80% of that particular fruit that is called the cashew apple is wasted. And that cashew apple can be substituted or can be used for the preparation of ethanol because it has huge content of sugar, huge content of the fruit jam. So this is how, that's why the bioeconomy is important for India, because it will generate a alternative which will have a huge amount of employment opportunity, entrepreneurship, especially into the rural area. So why bioeconomy is important? Because we are fighting the climate change, we are fighting the food security issues, and also through the bioeconomy, we can generate the employment or we generate the economic resources at the rural area. So it has a links. That's why the country like India should go for the bioeconomy, because we are ready-made setup for the bioeconomy, because so much of the raw material is required to produce the biodegradable products, to produce the product. For example, I told you, if you take the example of this hall, I think 50% product of this hall which is required can be produced from the bioeconomy. Like we can replace the furniture with the biodegradable furniture. We can replace the chair with the biodegradable. So that's why the bioeconomy is important. So what are the basic examples? So let's just see some examples of bioeconomy, like sustainable agriculture, sustainable fishing, forest and aquaculture, food and feed manufacturing, bios like bioplastics, biodegradable clothing. So these are some examples you can easily understand. These raw material of these all things easily available in a country like India, which is predominantly dependent on agriculture. That's why bioeconomy is important. Then next is circular economy. So circular economy and bioeconomy has a close connection. Bioeconomy aims to drive both sustainable development and circularity. In particular, the principles of circular economy: reuse, repair, and recycle. So what the country like India is, we are fed up with the plastic, we are fed up with so many industry influence. So can we reuse? Can we repair and recycle and make the product of that? For example, sugar. So how much wastage of sugar is going on while we converting that into sugar? So these are all the very important inputs. That's why the circular economy now all the circular economy is thinking about the bioeconomy very seriously because of this reason only. So, because it will have a direct impact on your natural resources. It will have a direct impact on the things which is locally available at the ground level. So it is all about using the waste. It's all about using the waste which is going into multiple ways. So that's why the bioeconomy is important. How is moving ahead? So before that, I will share one practical example so you will understand why this is important. Because see, India has two important biodiversity hubs. One is the Himalaya, and second is the Western Ghat. So such a two important biodiversity we have in India. Huge kind of flora, fauna is available to that. So take the example of one product, honey, which is easily available in the Western Ghat. If you see which is the highest brand, costly brand honey in the world, you find that the Manuka honey, which is coming from the New Zealand. Second, if you analyze that why that Manuka honey has a price of 5,000 rupees per kg, one of the important parameter to determine the price of the honey is how much pollen count is available into per milligram of honey. And how the pollen count comes to the honey, it depends on what kind of flora and fauna you have into that. So that the honey, Manuka honey, which is available in the New Zealand, which is costly, that honey has the 250,000 pollen count in the 1 milligram honey. That's why it's the 5,000 rupees of kg. If you see the honey which is available in the Western Ghat, you will surprise that honey has a 750,000 pollen count. So that honey has to cost for 20,000. Right now, how much is the cost for that honey? 100 or 230. So this is the potential of your bioeconomy. So it is not only about agriculture. It is about your using of your bioresources sustainably. It is your bioresources usably and convert that into the economic resources. That's why it's important. So what is how India is moving forward in bioeconomy? There are various sectors which are contributing to the growth of bioeconomy, bioindustry. And this sector has got the very separate vision from the Prime Minister to be go by the 2047s, we are going to become or want to become energy dependent. Further, the Indian government has approved the amendments to the national policy on biofuels and took decisions to increase biofuel production and advance the introduction of ethanol blended petrol with the 20%. So it is also about the biofuel substituting the petrol or substituting this fossil oil from the use of ethanol. Another sector like bioagri, which comprises of BT cotton, pesticides, marine biotic. Why this is important? If you see India's top 10 agricultural exported commodity, you will find that none of them has reached the global standard of production, of productivity. So productivity is low. Since our productivity is low, our competitiveness in the export market is low. But use of biotechnology like BT cotton, or if you find that we are also introducing this into the oil seeds, it will go your productivity at higher side. That will have a multi-fair effect on your industry backside. For example, if you produce more, your productivity is higher, then prices of that productivity is also competitive. So that's why it is also very important in terms of agriculture industry. So what are the initiatives related to bioeconomy taken by the government of India? For the biopharma, National Biopharma Mission has been developed by the government of India. For promoting the startups, 35 bio-incubators have been set up across India with the world-class facilities. The first international incubator, Clean Energy International Incubators, has been set up under Mission of Innovation by DBT and BIRC. Startups from 23 participants, EU countries can potentially come and incubate in India, and likewise startups from this incubator can go to the partnering countries, facilitating access to the global opportunities. National missions on bioeconomy, attempts to boost the rural economy by using bioresources. A national mission on bioeconomy was launching by the Institute of Bioresources System Development under the Science and Technology. So they at the government of India level also, there are various initiatives have been taken by the government of India to boost the bioeconomy. So what I'm concluding here, see, why bioeconomy is important? So there are initiatives at the government of India. There are initiatives by the various institutions. Why bioeconomy is important in India? There are two reasons. One reason is that since we are agriculture economy, the agriculture waste is ready-made available here. I given the example of cashew apple, which 80% cashew apple of the fruit is own waste only. None of the that can be easily converted into biodegradable product like ethanol or like plastics, like plywood. It can be ready-made developed as a plywood. So since these kind of resources available in India, that's why the opportunity for the bioeconomy is huge in India. So that's why the initiative at the higher level of the government of India, the initiative at the state, that everybody is talking about bioeconomy. The reason is that only. And since we are so much of so advanced in the research in biotechnology or bioscience is huge. Like you take the example of vaccines. Like we are exporting the vaccines in the COVID time to the rest of the world. Like they take the example of pharmaceuticals. Maximum number of US FDA approval units are in India, other than the USA. So this is the reason, this is the potential that we have a huge opportunity by economics, and these students like you should develop your career. So whenever you are doing a research in the life sciences or into the biotechnology, you always try to think about the other aspects of economics, how its economics is upholding, how economics unfolding. You think that economic aspects while doing research in terms of product or into entrepreneurship, this is the sector will give you ready-made opportunity, and this is the lifelong. Because if we see out of all the sustainable goals, 11 goals are directly concerned with the bioeconomy. When you talk about sustainable development, when you talk about the green initiatives, when you talk about the climate change, food security, food systems, rural economy, everywhere you will find that the bioeconomy is playing an important role. That's why the future is lies with the bioeconomy. So I hope that you will have a great opportunity in this bioeconomy sector. Along with your research, also you try to see the other aspects that how the bioeconomy is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk. I would like to chairperson, Mr. Dr. Vibhor, to please summarize the session. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Patil, for a very innovative and very nice talk on bioeconomy of India. Now the session is open for maybe 2 or 3 questions. So I request the audience if they have anything they want to clarify or even to suggest or maybe comment on his talk, you are free to do so.
I really appreciate your vegan father like bioeconomy and it's like a future iteration of bioeconomy. But there is a huge gap from the academia to like industry development. Because academic person just finish it and district and finally have to like commercialization. So what is your view? What is your vision? How can this gap from the academia to industry?
If I correctly understood your question, we are also the same opinion. When he says that the bioeconomy or bioresources has a huge potential, then how we are going to convert that into product? If you are not able to do that product, what we are going to do that, what we are going to use that potential? The new example of honey. Even we are so much of the resources that honey is doing just for 100. For that, at the government of India level, they are coming with the Southern India, or they are having different schemes on the daily. But that is not the sufficient. So for which the actual industry has to come forward. Actually, industry has to come forward, and they should have the alignment with the researchers, they should have the alignment with the institutions, and with the partnership, they have to come with the program. But because of the individual resources, or even for the support from the government of India to Delhi or to Southern India, it's even also very difficult to come with the program.
But in the existing industry, all the corporate people come and join with the researchers. I think that is the answer to this particular problem. Because whenever you go to the third corner of India, every corner, every part of India has something to offer. Something to offer in terms of biology. Because wherever you find the agriculture, there is something in that sector which can be related to biology. Just like you have an example of honey. So if you go to the southern part of India, that you become cashew nut. 90% or more, it will be more than that, our bioresources is good either waste or not using a problem. Like, now because of the energy requirement or energy demand, we are now very serious about the 2G or something like that. But until that, we have the support of the government in India, until that, how we can involve into the corporate sector, into our research and product development, commercialization. I think that will give us a sustainable solution. Any further questions? Okay, so if there are no more clarifications, I shall summarize the session. So we had the speaker, Dr. Parashram Patil. His topic was bioeconomy of India. I consider him a stalwart in this field because he is the policy advisor to the government of India. His talk was on bioeconomics. He started with showcasing the magnitude of bio startups and how students and young bio entrepreneurs are in the race for this type of job, not seeking but providing background. India has a phenomenal agricultural potential, so bioeconomics is very important for India. It will play a key role in the fight against climate change. He went on to tell us that bioeconomy is a circular economy, having direct impact on national resources. He also spelled out how India is moving forward towards bioeconomy. Biodiversity hotspots he spoke about, especially with regard to honey, and the two hotspots he was referring to were the Himalayas and the Western Ghats, which have got a lot of attention. He emphasized on agricultural waste that can be utilized for promoting bioeconomy in India. India did manage the menace of the recent pandemic. In fact, we were the ones to be in the forefront to supplying vaccines globally. So with the present momentum, we can go a long way forward. We thank you very much, sir, for your very enlightening talk and for setting the wheels rolling for bio entrepreneurship in India with look out for increasing the bioeconomy of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the wonderful conversation. Now, if you guys please tell us the speaker for the event, Honorable Dr. Parashram Patil. Now, if you guys please let the Dr. Aparna to felicitate the chairperson for the event, respected Dr. Director of the Department. Dr. Gandhikar sir is calling. Kindly proceed for the same. The next session will be an online session. I have over to Ms. Priya for the same. And the resource person Dr. B. Professor, as a postdoctoral from University of Illinois, Chicago, USA, is major area of because of microbiology, biology, functional biology, and in research on medicinal plants and research development of these type of plant medicine based organ work. This is essential to use medicine in India. After considering the environmental microbiology and the strong environmental biology of India in India. I placed on the level of the research take over the vision. Honorable Dr. J.B. Joshi, sir, am I audible to you, sir? Joshi, sir, am I
No, I am
audible?
able to hear you.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, sir. Thank you.
Am I able to hear the audience also is able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audience are also able to hear you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Due to technical error, we will start our next session. Will be conducted by Dr. J.B. Joshi, sir, and Chairperson Dr. Patnakar, ma'am. Dr. J.B. Joshi, sir, is Emeritus Professor of Eminence Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Maharashtra. He has 48 years of research and teaching experience. He has done BChem Engineering and PhD, University, Mumbai. Sir has total 570 international publications to his credit. Along with total, he has 110 conference presentations, 22,000 citations, 103 PhD theses. Such a fantastic personality. There are so many awards to his credit. Some of them we are mentioned here, like Young Scientist Medal, Vishwakarma Medal, International Fellow of US National Academy of Engineering, Shanti Swarup Prize for Engineering Sciences, Padma Bhushan Award, Government of India 2014. Words are less to describe such a fabulous personality. Sir has guided more than 100 PhD students, 61 masters and 25 postdoctorals.
Thank you, organizers from Krishna Vishwavidyapit. Thank you, Chairman. I was truly impressed by earlier lecture of Dr. Patil, who has set up a nice tone how to improve the economy of our nation. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Right. Many times a question is asked to the scientists, particularly scientists like me, why the nation is poor. There are 150 nations in the world, and our ranking is 140 from the top or 10th from the bottom on the basis of per capita income. The second question asked is why we don't get Nobel Prizes or Olympic prizes or many international prizes. Very rarely, one in 30 years, 40 years. So what is the reason? So I'm going to explain in my lecture how the innovations are important, how innovations are carried out, and how the prosperity of our nation is possible through innovations in science and technology. So I'll go to the first slide. So the sources of income in any nation, there are three major sources. One is our industrial activity. Second is the agricultural economy. And third is the service sector. 80% of income of any nation depends upon these three resources. I have listed some industrial resources like chemical industry, herbal healthcare, and food processing. And in all the cases, the business that does India throughout the world is close to 1 to 1.5%. The nationwide, we are 16–17% by population, but we do business only 1%. If you go to agricultural sector, the next slide, I have listed some crops like rice, wheat, mangoes, onions, potatoes, and everywhere the productivity in India is at least 1/3 or 1/10, many times even 1/25 as compared to whatever is proven in the world. So this is the second source of income. And the third source is service sector. Normally we feel that we get very good salary, maybe 25,000, 20,000, 30,000 for a fresh graduate. However, the kind of service that we do or the kind of components that is included in the service sector is like a service. We do very poor quality work and do not contribute to the innovations which is done by those who offer such facilities. Now, why we are poor? I have said already three reasons. One is industrial sector, another is agricultural sector, third is service sector. But I want to tell you many more reasons. Because of shortage of time, I will restrict to a few reasons. See, the titanium, we have excellent resources in India. We are the second largest in the world. The sand on the eastern coast, we have 100 million tons, and it is sufficient for the entire requirement of the world for 500 years. But we don't have technology. What we do is we sell this sand at 6 rupees a kilogram and import titanium at 2,500 rupees per kg. Now, in this particular slide, the principal reason lies that why we are poor. One is whatever resources we have, and one excellent resource was mentioned by Dr. Patil, that is cashew apples. We are wasting more than 21 billion tons of cashew apples. So similarly here, we are importing the important component, but selling the raw material at 6 rupees a kg. I can give plenty examples, and though our nation is poor, our resources we are spending in importing. Crude oil, we import 12 lakh tons. The edible oil, 70,000 tons. The electronic equipment, 2 lakh crores of rupees. The mechanical equipment, 2 lakh crores of rupees, and so on. So our income sources are limited, and we spend most of them, about 35 to 40%, in importing. Why do we import? Because we are not able to innovate in our universities and advanced institutions. Next slide. Now I want to tell you how the economy is good in the European and US countries. I will give you two examples of two scientists, Michael Faraday and Marie Curie. Michael Faraday, his family was very poor. The 5 brothers and sisters, and mother was household wife, and the father was assistant to blacksmith. आपल्याकडे आपण लोहार म्हणतो ना, त्या लोहाराचं काम करायचं त्याचे वडील लोहारातला होते. तर ते कोणी शिक्षण घेऊ शकले नाहीत. मायकल फॅरेडे could study only up to 9th standard, not more than that. And then he had to leave the school and work as an assistant to the bookbinder. But he used that opportunity. The difference between other bookbinders and Faraday was he was reading every book before bookbinding. Looking at the sincerity of Michael Faraday, he was shifted to the main town, London, in a big shop. And then that was a good opportunity for Faraday to read plenty books. And in London, there was a facility of every Friday lecture based on science and innovations. So he attended 4 or 5 lectures and wrote a summary of those lectures and showed it to the lecturer, Sir Edward. And he was so thoroughly impressed. Then the Faraday requested the professor whether I can get a job. So he gave a job of laboratory assistant, that is for cleaning the tables, cleaning the glassware, cleaning the flask, and shifting the files from one lab to another lab, office to office. That was his job. But when other scientists were working from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock, he would start his research work at 5 o'clock and work up to 1 o'clock night and come back again next day at 9 o'clock. He did this for 3 or 4 years, and how many inventions he has done. We know laws of electrolysis, laws of electromagnetism, and then the invention of motor. Our well-known scientist Einstein, he said that when Michael Faraday was living, the Nobel Prizes were not existing. But if they were existing, then Faraday would get more than 6 Nobel Awards. And in his library, Einstein put the full-scale picture of Michael Faraday, and every day before going to his laboratory, he was standing in front of Michael Faraday's picture and getting the inspiration out of him. I'm going to give second example. Marie Curie was not poor when she was born and brought up. But when her father was headmaster in the school and earning good money for the family. But when Russia invaded Poland, then he was removed from his job and the family became poor. Again, 5 brothers and sisters, and only limited number of people could take education. So when Mary was in 12th standard and passed, she stood first in Poland. And her elder sister, 5 years elder than her, both had a quarrel that Mary was requesting her elder sister to take education, and her elder sister was convincing Marie Curie to take education because she stood first in Poland. But eventually, Mary could convince her elder sister, and her elder sister started her education in France. Whereas Marie Curie, she took a job of household helper for cleaning the floor, cleaning the utensils, cleaning the clothes, and taking care of young boys and girls in that family. She did this for 4 or 5 years after 12 standards. Those students who are listening to my lecture, they can understand that after 12th lecture, 4 or 5 years, working as a household helper, and then that household, the owner, he was very kind, and he, together with the household, she permitted her to go to the central place where library was there and laboratory was there. So all those 4 years she used for performing experiments, and how many experiments she performed. Then that formed the basis of her education and research in France. What I'm trying to communicate is Michael Faraday or Marie Curie, they were not rich. They were not having fantastic facilities. Whatever library and laboratory was there, they did inventions through their hard work. So what I want to tell all the students is they can also do it. When I conclude, I'm going to say it again. But whenever we are poor and ask industry why we are doing business only 1%, then they give some reasons that electricity is 12 rupees a unit in India, whereas in USA it is 5 rupees a unit, Switzerland it is 2 rupees a unit, and in Arabia it is free electricity. So how we can do international business? So I have several examples which I'm not going to share, but all these are something like the reasons given, complaints given, real reasons are different. Whether we can make product more attractive than what we import from outside. So most of the defense equipment in the recent past, there is a been change, but we buy more than 20% from Israel and not of it from Western countries. All the equipment which are required for, say, water purification or for manufacture of fertilizers or petrochemicals, all these equipment we buy from outside. Why we buy? The reason is we don't have anything innovative, improved version than what we import. But what is the reason given by university professors, those who are supposed to innovate? The reason given is their own salary is poor. They don't have facilities. They don't have infrastructure. They don't have good students. I'll tell you my personal experience. I'm researching for 52 years, and the facility, in spite of facilities, students are doing very good job. So we give flimsy reasons for our failure. Then students can also say that we don't have good teachers these days. So with whatever facilities are there, I can explain, not facilities, not money, not library, not internet, none of these are mandatory. They are useful. But what is required is peace of mind. Whether we can generate peace of mind, we are all the time irritated. These, my dear students, listen to these words. Out of my lecture, these 3-4 sentences are most important. Other things are useful to the lecture, but these you listen. What I'm telling you is peace of mind is most important for innovation, invention, and research, or for that matter, for sports also, and for other activities in life. So whether you are complaining, so that is the indication of whether you are fit for anything or not. Actually, what I'm saying is, those who complain in life cannot do anything meaningful in life. So, have you praised your mother? Say, for example, she tries and takes so many efforts for you. My request to you will be, when you go home, you first of all thank your mother and then father, that say that you have done so much for me. And you will improve your abilities. Thank your friends, thank your teachers, and develop a positive atmosphere by which you will get peace of mind. There are so many good things in the world, in India. Himalaya is good, or the rivers are good, lakes are good, forests are good, go outside, people are good. So look at them positively, then only you will get a peace of mind. And this is mandatory, that you don't complain in life and develop peace of mind. This is my message to you. I'm going to continue my lecture, of course. Next slide. See, this slide is indicating that per capita income is proportional to number of innovations in that country. So we are poor, having about $1,500 per person as per capita income, mainly because our innovation index is very poor. That is about 15, and multiplied by 100 is our per capita income. Next slide. So I'm going to give one example. I had an opportunity to generate 30 innovations, and all of them are implemented in industry. I'm going to explain only one. Nanotechnology is known to most of the upcoming students, and its utility because of the favorable properties. When I needed some quantity of carbon nanotubes, the nanomaterial, I asked from USA a quotation, and they wanted about $50 per gram. $50 per gram. Then Chinese material is cheaper, therefore Chinese supplier I asked, and they quoted $10 a gram. Now this was huge money for we Indians, and I decided to develop technology myself for the manufacture of carbon nanotubes. Here is the equipment. I will not go into the details. And the students worked so hard that they were able to make in 3 rupees a gram, or about 3 to 4 cents in a gram, rather than $10 or $50. And the quality of carbon nanotubes was equivalent to, or even better than, what we could import from USA. Then we were importing worth about 20,000 crores related to carbon nanotubes. All that import has stopped now. Then we saw the applications of carbon nanotubes, and one application is making bulletproof jackets. That is, in a polymer, high molecular weight ethylene, we embed carbon nanotubes, and that becomes a very high strength, the polymer and the composite. So the students made this composite, and about 5 bulletproof jackets were made, and these were sent to different military installations and police installations. All of them gave a green signal that these bulletproof jackets, next slide, these bulletproof jackets, which is the one military person, he's wearing our bulletproof jacket, and we have called it as Bhabha Kavach, because I work in the BRC, that is Bhabha Research Center. So therefore it is named as Bhabha Kavach. And it satisfied all the requirements, and this news was spread to our Honorable Prime Minister. We were importing worth 20,000 crores bulletproof jackets, 1,50,000 per jacket, weighing about 15 kilograms of weight. Now our jacket is 15,000 rupees, 10 times cheaper, and weighing only 6 kilograms. So this was a big news, and our Honorable Prime Minister, he ordered 100,000 bulletproof jackets, and he permitted 3 companies who are making 100,000 jackets per year, and we are saving, not only saving, that is a crucial technology. Imagine a case where we are importing, and those exporters, they say that instead of 1,50,000, you give us 15 lakh rupees per jacket, but we will not supply to you. And imagine a condition of our Jawans at the forefront. They will not have bulletproof jackets. So we are developing technologies of such order of magnitude where we are endangered by those products. So it was a big news in the Times of India and Navbharat Times that we have now this Indian technology for making bulletproof jackets. Next slide. I will almost stop here, but any innovation gives win-win-win situation. That is, take an example of cashew apples, and cashew apples has, of course, sugar, as mentioned by Dr. Patil, which can be converted to ethanol. It also has cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and all those components can also be converted to ethanol. But what we get from 1 kilogram of ethanol, 1 kilogram of cashew apples is only 2.5 rupees worth ethanol. It has excellent quantity of beta vitamin, dietary fibers, polyphenols, tannins, and if all these are separated, instead of 2.5 rupees, we get 25 rupees. And the farmer can get even 5 rupees per kilogram of the cashew apples. Now this quantity, 5 rupees per kilogram, it is worth approximately 5 lakh per acre. And this is the best cash crop. So it is a win for the farmers. If we are importing vitamin B worth 12,000 crores, that import stoppage is good for our nation. So such innovations, they create a lot of wealth for our nation, and it is a benefit to the institutes like us. Those who innovate, they get big grants. The students get fellowships. So fellowships, grants, the benefit of the institution, benefit of the nation, benefit of the farmers, these are win-win-win situations. So I appeal to the student community all the time, that is, please note that everybody of us can win. What is required is purpose, commitment, and hard work, and most importantly, the humbleness. Even if we innovate 4 or 5 things and develop thousands of crores for the nation, we need to remain humble, because the humbleness gives the peace of mind, and it also gives the ability to innovate. What I'm going to tell you now is in 1947, we received political freedom, but we don't have economic freedom. Most of the products, even the products which we use for Ganesh Puja, many of them, they come from China. So we need to start another movement for India for becoming independent as far as the finance is concerned. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm free to answer any number of questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for the very enlightening talk, very impressive talk, and a beautiful message to the young students, to the young bio entrepreneurs.
Due to shortage of time, we will not take any questions. Sir, can you hear me? Am I audible, sir?
You are audible to me.
So due to shortage of time, we will not take any questions.
Yeah. Thank you.
I will summarize. So we had a very wonderful talk by Dr. J.D. Joshi, Emeritus Professor of PICT. With his magnanimous accolades, he is a very important personality of our nation. He worked in the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, Homi Baba National Institute. And his talk was Prosperity of India through Innovations. So he started off with, why does India not get Nobel Prizes often? Well, to answer that was his talk, Prosperity of India through Innovations. So he spoke about the three important resources in India: industrial, agricultural, and the service sector. He went on to give us an example of titanium, which is an excellent resource in India, which is actually sufficient for the entire world. But the irony of the situation is, we export rupees 6 per kilo and import at rupees 2,000 per kilo. And actually, we have 100 metric tons of the ore as compared to 600 metric tons, which is available globally. So this is our fault in not, utilizing the resources in an effective manner. We also went to tell us about two Nobel scientists, microtherapy and molecule. So both of them were very poor. They belonged to a very large, many siblings they had in their family. But microtherapy was the one, he got a job in a bookbinding place, and he took opportunity of the situation by reading every book before binding. On the other hand, Marie Curie, who worked as a household helper, she also went through a lot of difficulties, but both of them took opportunity of the situation with their hard work and persistence. So the message from Dr. Joshi is, there might be impediments, there might be limited resources, but how we can overcome them, there lies our skill, innovation, and perseverance. From his personal experience, he reiterates that facilities will be there, but facilities are not mandatory. One needs is peace of mind. And he goes to say further that those who complain cannot do anything, which is very true. So his message is learn to appreciate others and show gratitude. He also spoke on the production of fluidized synthesis of carbon nanotubes and the production of bulletproof jackets, which are 50% lighter than what was available earlier. So this is how India lies ahead, and it's marching towards the freedom of innovation. So the key message is balance between self and society, which results into a creative ambience, and innovation is the key to increase the economy of the nation. So with these few words, I summarize the talk. And thank you very much, Dr. Joshi, for that beautiful talk and a wonderful message to our young students. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Because of some technical error, we could not hear the honorable professor for the previous session before sir. I think sir is driving now, and we can hear his session at this time, and we can join this further lecture. After this lecture, we'll have a lunch break session for half an hour or 45 minutes, and continue with the session.
अभी मैं करता हूँ ना.
Am I audible?
Hello. गिरीश. हॅलो. हा गिरीश काय कुठे चाललंय? हा येतोय येतोय. हा आता किती वाजता सुरू होणार माझं? हॅलो.
Presentation.
ओके.
चोपडे सर मी बंद करू.
हा हा बंद करा. हा मी सुरू करतो आता. आता मी सुरू करतो.
सर तुमचं लेक्चर आहे का आता?
हा आता माझं आहे. प्रोफेसर पठाडे त्यांचं
You're not shared the screen, you can start the presentation. Sir, what do you do?
हॅलो प्रणय. हा प्रणय. हा मेरा माझं किती वाजता सुरू आहे? आणि तुम्ही सुरू करू आता. हा करतो मी. ओके. मला किती 15 मिनिटं वेळ आहे ना? 15 मिनिटं वेळ. ओके 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 ओके. The chief organizer of today's function, today's conference, the Dean of the Faculty of Life Sciences, Professor J.R. Patade, Professor G.V. Joshi, all the participants of this conference, and my friends. At the outset, I congratulate Professor J.R. Patade for organizing this, I think, wonderful conference for the students of junior college, BSc, MSc, research scholars in life sciences, and also even the teachers of the colleges and universities. This is a combination, I think, of the different kind of the stakeholders. And it's very, I think, interesting. This 2 days conference, which has been organized, is matter of the pride because generally conferences are organized, I think, in academic point of view, mostly based on research and innovation. And mostly we'll dwell with the research kind of the work, presentation of research work. However, in this kind, I think, of the conference, a 2 days national level conference of students, the theme of the conference is industry academia meet. And industry academia meet for the students, I think, in general, is very interesting, I think, area of the conference, which I was very much impressed. And particularly, the student from rural part of India, as well as from urban part of India, they are going to have a lot of discussion Biomake in India. Yeah, all of you must have heard about Make in India, a program which initiated by Prime Minister our Modi in 2014 and 2016. And Biomake India is one of the same version of the same of Make in India. Now, in this conference, what I'm going to do, I think, basically you're going to study the basic concept, I think, a basic concept, I think, the ideation, invention. And at the same time, I think, they're going to have a faster, I think, innovation and the research environment and enhance the confidence of the students, I think, in these, I think, coming areas of biotechnology. I must tell you, 21st century is a century of research and innovation. And in this century, microbiology and biotechnology plays a very, very crucial role. I sincerely feel this. During this conference, you are going to have lot of interactions with experts from industries. And there may be, I think, entrepreneurs in this conference from various, I think, industries, beginning of entrepreneurs. Also, there may be people from startups. There may be, I think, experts from, I think, the actual industry, which has grown very properly. And I believe that is going to be, I think, a very important opportunity for the students, I think, from all the level of students, I think, from junior college to the masters to the PhD scholars and even the teachers to interact, I think, with the expert from industry. I'm probably going to have, I think, they're also going to have, I think, poster presentations. I believe you must have prepared, I think, the number of the posters, I think, on various themes of biology, microbiology, and biotechnology. You also might have prepared large number of models. My dear students, I want to tell you one thing. Research innovation is a foundation of progress of any nation. And remember, greatness of a nation depends upon greatness of universities and the colleges. And greatness of colleges and universities depends upon greatness of research, innovation, and patenting and technology created by these universities and colleges. And therefore, what I urge, I think, all the students which have come over here, that try to look beyond the box, I think, out of the box thinking, I think. Remember, you have to take a fundamental knowledge or basic knowledge of subject microbiology and biotechnology. At the same time, you have to be multidisciplinary. You also must study biochemistry extensively. You also study chemistry extensively. You also must know mathematics extensively. And at the same time, you also must know, I think, the computer science and bioinformatics very extensively. You may have specialization into microbiology and biotechnology, but all these related branches are part of main domain of microbiology and biotechnology. Dear students, in 2021, now this is one term what is called as a startup. And it's very interesting for you to know that what is a startup, what is unicorn, and what is decor. And where is the status of India and Indian industry in terms of microbiology and biotechnology. All of you know that startup, I think, is basically a new concept in our country. And Startup India program was initiated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in 2016. And I must tell you, in 2021, until that 2022, currently in India, we have 5,365 startups in biotechnology. When I say biotechnology, of course, microbiology is integral part, I think, of the biotechnology. And here I must tell you one thing over here. Recently, you must have seen the COVID-19, I think the surge in the pharma epidemic throughout the world. And all of you must have learned that how the vaccine for the COVID-19 was very important to get rid, I think, of these particular COVID-19 infections. And there, most of you must have taken, I think, this vaccine. Different kinds of vaccine you must have taken. Entirely based, I think, on research and innovation. And this process has to be continued throughout. It's not just a one-day job or a one-week job or a one-month job or I think 6 months or 1 year. It is a continuous process, I think. And I must tell you, Department of Biological Sciences, University of Oxford came forward, I think, the vaccine, I think, of the COVID-19. They also collaborated with the Serum Institute of India. So please try to remember that the students of biotechnology and microbiology, you must have the clear understanding of research and innovation. You must develop, I think, not just getting degree, BSc, MSc, and PhD. You must be innovative. You must be able to patent your ideas. You must be able to patent, I think, your inventions. And after getting patenting, then you can able to publish. I'll give the mantra for the new student. You patent before publishing. We Indian scientists or researchers are very, very busy in publication, I think, research papers. I must tell you, we must publish papers in microbiology and biotechnology related life sciences too. But before publication, you kindly make sure that ask a question, is my research work is patentable? Can I patent my research work? If not patentable, can I do some more additional work? Can I get some more data? Can I do some devise more experimentation? And by that way, you may come to the conclusion that with the getting the wonderful, I think, results, you may come to conclusion that after a year or so, that your work could be patented. And once you patent your work, then you can able to go, I think, for the publication. And then after publication, your IPR, your intellectual property rights are protected, paper is published, patent is obtained, and at the same time, then I think go for the incubation center, I think. You incubate your ideas and develop a startup. Now, startup is based on innovation in the field of biotechnology. As I said to you, by 2020, December 2022, India has 5,365 startups. And from this, we must tell you, during the Corona period in 2020 to 2022, India is the third largest country in the world after US and China in terms of startups. I think. And here I must tell you, 1 in 14 startups is from the field of biotechnology, in the field of microbiology, in the field of multidisciplinary life sciences. I'm using the word multidisciplinary life sciences. And that is how I think I'm telling you that you must be able to focus your attention towards this and that. In 2021, after Corona's 1 year, 1,128 startups were added in India in the field of biotechnology. And remember that when you take a startup, it's not a routine business. It's not routine, I think, industry. But based on your expertise, based on your invention, based on your patents, and based, I think, your skills and new ideas in the field of biotechnology, in the field of genetic manipulation, in the field of genetic engineering, pharmaceuticals, and I think new medical devices, and many more, I think, which will have a large number, I think, application. The area called stem cell therapies, area called cancer diagnostics, and area called, I think, the vaccines, I think. And as you know that, about 1 year back, India had one more, I think, the endemics, I think, and that was Mpox virus. And Mpox virus is again, I think, one of the dreaded virus in India. And the world had seen a small epidemic in 2020 until December 2022. And WHO was, I think, going to declare, I think, emergency by end of December 2022. Fortunately, this endemic 130 countries of Mpox virus, M virus, I think, has been, I think, declined, I think. Otherwise, we would have got one more epidemic of Mpox virus, I think, which again is dreaded virus, a dreaded virus. The point what I want to say to you, in 19th century, at 20th century dominated by bacterial infections, 20th century dominated by the infections of bacteria, like tuberculosis, cholera, and many more, I think, infections, I think, like bacterial infection. But now, in 21st century, let me tell you, entire field of virology, I think, dominated, I think. All the new viruses have been emerging, I think, because of climate change, because I think a change in microbiome. And please try to remember that microbiome of the human is evolving. I must tell you, all of you know the bacteriophages. But remember that there are millions of bacteriophages present within the bacterial cells, within the cell body. And I must tell you, there are 8 trillion microorganisms staying within our body, on surface of the body, and within the body, inside the body, I think. So in the true sense, you can able to see that we are a microcosm. We are never alone. We have a company of 8 trillion living microorganisms, and they have, I think, their life, they have their own language, they multiply, they die, again they multiply, again they grow, again they function their metabolically. And therefore, I sincerely feel is that if you could take interest into this frontiers, I think, of research in this area, I think you'll be able to, I think, do very creative jobs. And here, there's a need in the country that how can able to get at young students of India, which can have the more, I think, the flair, more, I think, the interest in research and innovation. In the field of patenting, I think, again, large number of patents are being filed, I think, from India. And I must tell you, the Bharat Biotech filed large number of patents, I think, for COVID-19, that I think Bharat Biotech vaccine, I think. And I must tell you that the scientists of Bharat Biotech in Hyderabad could able to produce a new vaccine independently based on research and development. Whereas Oxford vaccine, which was manufactured, which was discovered in the University of Oxford, was manufactured by the Serum Institute of India. I must tell you, we don't want to borrow the biotech industry from outside. Indian research must be able to invent themselves, I think, the new technology, new patenting, new ideas, and that is how, I think, we'll able to develop our own technology. I think in this idea, the whole idea of the conference, I think, was, I think, is that to have interaction, I think, with industries. I think. My dear student, in the field of biotech or startups, India is now booming. And you must have said that, see, one of the most important companies like Biocon. Once upon a time, a Biocon was a startup. Once upon a time, Biocon started into the backside, in the backside, I think, of the house. Now, Biocon is one of the decacorn. See, important to understand unicorn and decacorn. What is startup? Startup is a new business, a new work, a new kind of the work, based on invention, based on patenting, based on formation of a new product, based on formation of new concepts, I think, giving solution to the problem. For instance, imagine that we isolated the COVID-19 virus. Isolation of a virus, characterization of virus, observing under electron microscope is routine work. A microbiologist must go beyond. And now he must ask, I think, how can I do genome mapping, I think, of the COVID-19 virus, I think. How can I do genomic manipulation of the COVID-19 virus, I think. How can I develop a strategy for development of vaccine based on genomics, I think, COVID-19. These kind of approaches must be studied, must be, I think, followed by young researchers, young students of microbiology and biotechnology. And then I believe that we're able to have, I think, a lot of success, I think. Now, what is, I think, unicorn? When a startup, I think, is developed based on your patenting, based on your ideas, a startup, I think, may, I think, take some time, I think, to grow, I think. I must tell you, Government of India Department of Biotechnology has, I think, given 100%, I think, support for filing the patents, I think, of the IPR, I think. If you have the invention in microbiology or virology or biotechnology or in life sciences or related, I think, sciences, biochemistry, I think, or pharmaceuticals, I think, you can able to, I think, you can able to go, I think, for this kind of the startup, I think. And here, for filing the patent, Department of Biotechnology use entire, I think, support, I think. So you don't have to worry for that. At the same time, when you make a startup, I think, the startup grant from Make in India, Startup India. Startup India program of Government of India does support the initial funding up to the 5 years, I think, from Government of India. So you can have a startup, you can join in incubation center and make sure that the startup, I think, becomes, I think, successful based on invention, not routine work. Please try to remember that, I think. And follow to this, when startup, I think, when you develop the startup, this is one term. I think you must be able to understand that term, I think, is an angel investor. There are two terms, one is angel investor, and second term, I think, is a venture capitalist, I think. Now, what is angel investor? Angel investor is the one, those are individuals who invest their own resources, their own money, direct into emerging businesses. Imagine that you have a startup, the startup is very novel, you expect a new product, and that new product seems to be very challenging. So people which are wealthy, people which have a lot of economy, a lot of money, such people invest in your startup. They support you, they pay for you, and they expect you to become success. And follow to that, I think, when you become succeed, at that time, I think, they become, I think, part, I think, of our, I think, the startup in terms, I think, the benefit, I think, or in terms of the share, I think. Again, venture capitalist, I think. When startup becomes, I think, something developed, I think, and become, I think, functional and or become profitable, when it generate a revenue, then time comes, I think, okay, there are certain, I think, the companies, I think, or certain, I think, the firms, I think, with the support, I think, they give, I think, put lot of, I think, investment into your startup, I think. Maybe, I think, 10 crore or 15 crore or 25 crore or even 100 crore. Because they know that this startup is going to be very functional, is going to be beneficial, is going to have a lot of impact into the society or in the medicine or in the field which they are, I think, doing. And that is how they invest, I think, their money, I think, and then they become as a part of this, they take the shares into the startup. Maybe 50% share, they take 50% equity into the startup, I think. In this way, in the biotechnology industry, these, I think, venture capital plays very important role. Now, when the startup company grows, remember first 3 to 5 years, Government of India does not take income tax on startup. So initial 3 to 5 years, I think, of a startup are free from income tax. The whole idea that those entrepreneurs or startup, I think, which are initiated, I think, those startups, they become successful, I think, they earn more resources, earn more money, make more investment, expand their business further, and then they grow, I think. Let me tell you, in 2021, in 2020 December, by the India is third largest country in unicorns, I think. And at the moment, in India, there are 120 unicorns. What is unicorn? Unicorn is a startup of which annual turnover is 1,000 crores, $1 billion. Those entrepreneurs are those startups whose annual turnover is 1,000 crores per year. Such kind of the ventures, such kind of startups are called as unicorn. What is decacorn? Decacorn is, I think, is a startup or unicorn of which the annual turnover is 10,000 crores. And what you can see that, the Biocon, which is based in Bangalore, is decacorn. Point what I want to say to you. Among 112 unicorns in the country, from life sciences, we have only, I think, 20 unicorns in India, which are, I think, having 1,000 crore turnover, I think. For example, Bharat Biotech. And there are a number of many more like that, I think. Or, for example, Genomics, I think, or Genomate. Such type of startups, I think, have big unicorns, I think, over the last 4 to 5 years, I think, it's very important. When you make the industry people, when you interact with the industry, people which are over there, are industry professionals and that, please make sure that are the entrepreneurs, is the entrepreneurship is novel, what kind of technology they have been employing, what kind of IPR they are working on, are they obtained it, And what is your role or how we can able to add to that kind of thing of industry's progress process, I think, that you can interact with them, I think. And try to understand concept of angel investor. Try to understand concept, I think, of the venture capitalist, I think. And also you can able to find out what are areas of research, I think, in future, I think, in the field, I think, of this, I think, particular biotechnology. Remember, industrial research is not routine. There has to be a novelty. And I sincerely feel this, I think, that to be novelty, you have to have, I think, develop, I think, your capacity as a researcher. You should become inventor. And therefore, imagine my students, I think, before publications, do a patent. Don't hurry only for the publication. I advise you the 3 P's: patent, publish, and prosper. And remember that patent has to be relevant. Don't get patent only for the sake of getting the patent, I think. Patent has to be relevant, it has to be applicable, it has to be marketable, it has to be manufacturable, it has to be profitable, and it must have great impact, I think, on the technology in general. If you could able to do that one, I think you're able to make, I think, a great impact. For example, I think the Bharat Biotech could be able to send, I think, the corona vaccine to 130 countries. And Bharat Biotech developed Indian technology, got, I think, 3 to 4 patents, I think, on the COVID-19. And that is how, by indigenous technology, they could able to, I think, get success throughout the world, I think. Even now, I think the world leaders, I think, in the corona vaccine too. My dear students, the purpose of the conference is industry, academia, interaction meet. And remember that for this point of view, I think, I advise you, you can able to talk to a lot of, I think, professors here. You can talk, I think, a lot of scientists like J.B. Joshi is over here, I think, who is a world famous chemical engineering. Although he works in chemical engineering, however, he deals, I think, with the biological phenomena too, I think. You can talk to them, see the expert, talk to them, interact with them, take active part into the presentations, also take active part to that your model competitions and poster presentation, be very interactive and opt for a career in microbiology and biotechnology. I believe I have given only 15 minutes. I give all the best wishes to you. And I must tell you, the Krishna Vishwavidyapit, that is Krishna Medical University in Karad, is doing excellent job. It has wonderful, I think, facilities. Recently, Professor Girish Pathade is now the Dean, I think, of the Faculty of Life Sciences. They create a wonderful infrastructure in Karad region. The students from Karad and Maharashtra and different parts of India can take admission to Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences in the Faculty of Krishna Institute of Allied Sciences. I have full confidence with great infrastructure, wonderful, I think, professors, and Professor like G.R. Pathade will be able to contribute to science of microbiology and do something creative. This is what I feel. So try for the admissions, go ahead and develop microbiology and biotechnology as your choice for the career. With these best wishes, I take your leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very inspiring talk. Due to shortage of time and we are just breaking for lunch now. So we will not take any questions, but your message is surely come across to all the students, and thank you for your guidance and your response. So I summarize this talk. We had a wonderful talk by Dr. P.H. Chaudhary, DC, IAMS University, Madhya Pradesh. So we started off with Make in India, and then he showed us how microbiology and biotechnology is required to change Make in India to Biomake in India. The stakeholders include the students, researchers, the faculty, etc., and the policymakers, of course. Research and innovation is thinking out of the box. And he said that it should be multidisciplinary, because multidisciplinary approach is a must if you have to proceed in the direction of bioinnovation or entrepreneurship. There are plenty of startups in India and plenty of research as quoted by Dr. Chaudhary, but he emphasized on the point that good research should be patented. And once patented, the rights can be protected and you can develop it into a sustainable and economically beneficial prototype. 20th century, he says, saw the decade or the century of bacterial infections. In the 21st century, this was dominated by viral infections, and this is all because of climate change. So microbiologists and biotechnologists have got a long way to go with research, and he suggested on carrying on research with regard to our microbial flora, the microcosm. Um, and good news for this type of innovations, applied entrepreneurship is that startups don't, I mean, there is no income tax in initiating startups. That's good news. And he concluded with three fields, that is patenting, publishing, and trusting. And now I read another field. Thank you for your patience. Thanks a lot, everybody. We had a wonderful session of three speakers. So they spoke on startups, bioinnovation, bioentrepreneurship, and they emphasized on bioeconomy. So the key to this is bioentrepreneurship, bioinnovations, startups are required to build up the economy of our nation. So thanks to the organizers for giving me a chance to chair this session. And thanks to the audience for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
Now it's time for lunch break, and we are going to come. Arrangement for lunch is done on the first floor. The lunch break will be of 30 minutes. Everyone should be present by 2:45. Thank you.
I would like to request Dr. Sachin Kambojia, sir, to please come up on the stage and take your seat. Please, sir. May I now request our chairperson to felicitate Dr. Sachin Kambojia, sir. Sorry, sir, for the mistake. Mr. Sachin Kambojia is a healthcare professional who did his post-graduation in IAMSRUI and MBA in HR and marketing. He spent few years in the pharma industry working in technology transfer. Because he wanted to start something of his own, he then happily dropped out PhD and pursued MBA to begin his entrepreneurial journey. In 2013, he was a part of Invoices Global Business Foundation Skills Program, which was a turning point to start his own startup named as OPEC, Operational Excellence, in 2016. He is also the recipient of Gaurav Puraskar from Maharashtra's popular press media, Qatar. Both his companies, OPEC and IAMSRUI, have a common mission to solve India's unemployment crisis through balancing job creators and job seekers. May I now request Honorable Speaker to please take the charge.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a great time having their lunch. Right? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, great. I kindly request all the participants to please occupy the front chairs. All the VIP chairs are available for you. So if you could, please come ahead and grab the front chairs. It would be really great to have a conversation. Yes. Please be quick. We understand that, I guess India is probably the only country जहाँ पे classrooms आगे से पीछे नहीं, पीछे से आगे keep on occupied. Yes, please be quick. How much time I have? Okay, fine. Okay, great. Now the topic for this particular session, as we are talking around future skills for Industry 4.0, where my motive is get into what exactly happening in Industry 4.0, rather what exactly is Industry 4.0, irrespective of from which sector we are, maybe biotechnology, maybe pharmaceuticals, maybe forensic sciences, IT, banking, insurance, robotics, anything. Irrespective of all these sectors, we need to first understand what exactly is Industry 4.0 and how we as the educationist, or how we as a student, how we as a professor, we can literally utilize or take advantage of this Industry 4.0. So before I start this session, let me first give you a disclaimer, quick disclaimer. Whenever we go in any kind of theater to watch movie, there is a big disclaimer to all the characters in this movie, blah 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 blah. Similarly, the disclaimer for this session is this is not a substance session. यहाँ पे कोई बाबाजी नहीं आएगी आपको ज्ञान देने वाले हैं. This is a discussion forum, and I want you to participate in this discussion forum in the next 20 minutes as we are talking about a generic topic that is basically future skills. Now, can anyone from you tell me what exactly is Industry 4.2? Industry 4.2. Maybe you have heard related with Industry 4.2. Okay, यहाँ पर कितने लोग हैं who are right now using ChatGPT? 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quite a satisfactory number. Great, great. Okay, are you all aware of ChatGPT? Yes. Maybe we are aware of ChatGPT, but not yet have used it. Okay. Now, can you tell me what exactly Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is basically fourth industrial revolution. And since 2015, we are experiencing the fourth industrial revolution. We know the first industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution, to summarize this in entire one line story is, once upon a time, there were some, horse riding coaches. They basically train you, they basically coach you so that you can learn horse riding. Gone are those days. They couldn't have any kind of transportation. And all these jobs went away when we had this first industrial revolution, that is steam engine, when we started transportation, railway, right? This is the case with the second industrial revolution. We had, multiple workers and laborers and fitters, those who were, involved into industry, small scale industry. All their jobs went away when we had the second industrial revolution. And that's nothing but second industrial revolution was all about, code, right? Automation, machine automation, right? Electricity. That was the timeline when we have experienced the second industrial revolution. And then was, 1980s and 1990s, we had, many of the, employees who were, they were into the accountant category, they were into the, all those things which can be usually done by a human, only human. But all their jobs went away when we had third industrial revolution, and that is the thing of computers. And today we are in 2023, where what we see is everywhere, right from Google to Facebook to LinkedIn to Microsoft, everywhere what you can see is layoffs. What exactly is layoffs are nothing but people, basically the human workforce is being cut down because of the technology. To summarize this in most simple way, हमारा जो आज अभी हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं in any kind of industry, we are being replaced by the machines. We are being replaced by the technology. We are being replaced by this artificial intelligence. Today, human intelligence से ज़्यादा आज जो market में आपको दिख रहा है that is nothing but artificial intelligence. And that's how what we can see is there are more than 80 million jobs which are to be cut down in the next 2 years. This is basically the World Economic Forum report. Right? What exactly we see here is 75 million jobs will be cut down. 75 million jobs market because of this technology, because of this automation, because of this artificial intelligence. But when we see a bad side of the technology, a bad side of the fourth industrial revolution, obviously we may have a good side of the coin. And that good side of the coin is new emerging 133 million jobs will be there in the industry. We are absolutely not aware what kind of jobs these are. But yes, by 2025 we are expecting globally new 133 million jobs will be there. Now, the most important question for us as an educational institution, for us as a teacher, for us as a student, the most important question is, are we really prepared for it? Are we really prepared for such kind of jobs which would be there in the market? As we were talking about ChatGPT. Now, one of those days जहाँ पे हमारे employees दिन में आके एक ही काम करते थे, is to draft the email and send them to all our clients. ये काम आज करने के लिए we don't want employees because anyway ChatGPT, the tools like ChatGPT, they can do it. We had content marketers for our startups. Today we don't want such kind of content creators or content marketers because there are n number of free AI tools जो काम आज एक ह्यूमन कर रहा है, जो आज एक एम्प्लॉय कर रहा है, that can be done easily free of cost by such kind of AI tools. So we all need to understand whether whatever we are learning, whatever we are innovating, whatever we are studying, and whatever we are preparing for our career, is it up to you? Because if you see industry culture, their expectations, their standards are changing day by day. And if you ask me what would be the, different technologies, these are the technologies because of which these are being replaced by the humans. Sorry, humans are being replaced by these kind of technologies. Number one is artificial intelligence. As you can see, there are a number of companies who are now switching all their operations to artificial intelligence. Next is machine learning, from ML, machine learning. The fourth industrial revolution is all about whatever technologies we have available with us, we are synergizing, we are making it a complete fusion so that we can get the experience, we can get our things getting automated, right? And that's what we call even IoT, Internet of Things. Then we have something known as robotics, right? Even when I was working in, a technology transfer department for one of the pharmaceutical companies, we had some 120 employees who were there, working with warehouse. Our industry, our factory, we had 120 employees specifically working in warehouse department. Now today, the picture is completely different. These 120 employees are being replaced by these robots. These are being replaced by machine learning. These are being replaced by IoT. And today, that department has only 35 employees. This is a transition. This is simply a transition which we have seen in earlier industrial revolutions also. AR, VR, that is augmented reality, virtual reality, digital apps are there, IoT is there, blockchain is there, 3D printers are there, cloud computing is there. There are many more things which are there right now in the market. We really need to ask ourselves before we get into the market. जो भी आपको करना है वो कर सकते हो. Really wish to join the multinational company, आपको job करना है, you can do it. आपको startup करना है, you can do it. आपको एक business, एक conventional business आपको start करना है, you can do it anyway. But before you do it, you make sure you have at least all these kind of awareness of this technology. And these are nothing but the future skills which we expect from our students, which we expect from our future employees to have it. Skill disruption, if you ask me the skill disruption, 42% of core skills at Indian workplace will no longer required by 2020. See, as a human, we have certain soft skills, we have certain hard skills, we have certain professional skills, we have certain technical skills. If you summarize all, the entire list of skills, nearly 42% your core skills are not required by the company. Because आप कौन सा भी इंडस्ट्री में आके जो भी काम करने वाले हो, it can be done by the technology, by the machine, right? Now, the most important thing here to understand, आपको एक ऐसी skill चाहिए which only a human can have and machine can never have. I repeat what I just said. You need to have a specialized one skill which only human can have, which machines, which technologies will never have. Can you name that skill? This is हमारे पास है. There are multiple skills. One of the most important skills which only a human can have and machines, technologies will never have. Patience, wait. Creativity, wonderful. Emotions. And that is what is linked today, what we call as emotional intelligence. Companies, while hiring, they are not looking for your IQ, gone are those days. They are not concerned about your IQ, they are concerned about your EQ. What is your emotional quotient? Because as a workplace, you have to really need to have what is emotional intelligence. And that's where World Economic Forum, if you could, once you're done with this entire conference, what you can do is you just Google Future of Jobs report. You can just Google it, Future of Jobs report by World Economic Forum. which they have, published in year 2020 during the COVID times. And that report clearly has mentioned what are the top 10 skills which any human should have. It's not just concerned with this student. Top 10 skills which any individual should have, he must have in order to sustain in this ever-changing market. Number one is emotional intelligence. Number two is complex problem solving, which only we can do it, which machines will never do it. Because machines are basically programmed machines. हमने जो value, हमने जो course, हमने जो program किया है, is going to behave in that way only. So complex problem solving, number two. Number three is critical thinking. Number four is decision making skills. Number five is creativity, which is concerned with the innovation, which is concerned with startups, right? अगर आपके पास AI tool है, then creatively you can ask that AI tool to create one more AI tool which is better than the existing one. That may happen, right? So these are few of the skills. One of the skills is we may subscribe, but one of the skills is which again only human can have is conflict resolution skill. Because whenever you visit any plant or factory, there are chances that workers की union रहती है. They have certain conflicts. So you as a manager, you as a leader, you must possess conflict management skill, business management skill. It is again one of the skills. All these skills are recommended by World Economic Forum. As you can see here, these are the top 10 skills which they have recommended since last 2020. And at the end of the day, you really need to see, maybe you have learned theoretical parts of your, आपका biotechnology रहेगा, pharmaceuticals रहेगा, microbiology रहेगा. Guys, you are really good in technical aspects. You are really good in theoretical aspects. You are really good in research. At the end of the day, market has a requirement of these skills. And this is where you can see service orientation, negotiation, cognitive flexibility. These are few of the skills which you must possess. And this is as per the recommendation of World Economic Forum. मान लो, let's consider I'm an HR, and right now I have a responsibility to recruit 10 to 15 vacancy positions are there, and I have to recruit 10 to 15 potential candidates for my organization. If I'm an HR, I'm answerable to someone. I'm answerable to my organization. So it is again for me, it's basically a responsibility to hire the right talents. Today, these industries, they don't want graduates. I repeat, industries don't want graduates. They want skilled graduates. Because if you see, the number of institutions and universities, we have, bunch of resumes, bunch of job applications because there is each and every individual HR. But they are in that particular position, they are really looking into screening, scrutinizing, identifying only those candidates which possess skills. And that's why it is really very important to have or to become skilled and more employable graduate than just to become a graduate. Right. So this was, a quick turnaround about future skills for industry 4.2. And now I'm open to the questions. In case if you have any kind of questions, you can directly ask. Any questions which are related with future skills? Any questions related with industry 4.2 which you need to ask? Yes.
It was really wonderful because you have touched a very important topic here on the school. When we talk about industry 4.2, we always see that all these skill sets and technologies that are developed, like artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning. So people like us, we are biologists, and yes, we care about all this technology, how we can deal with it, and if we lose job in like subsequent years, what kind of skill sets we can acquire to maintain this balance?
Right. I still remember there are many colleges emphasize on the soft skill training program in their institution, so personality development kind of sessions. And as a student, we already neglected all those training programs because what we thought was the soft skill is basically the development part. Because today, again, see the converse part of this. Today, your hard skill can be replaced by this machine. For example, अगर आपको coding आती है, अगर आपको you are expert in Microsoft Excel, you are replaceable. You are replaceable by the technology. But if you are really good, if you are really expert in soft skills, you are not replaceable. Because all these skills, creativity, negotiation, this is basically part of your human skills, right? Even at the time of hiring, we hire those people with they pass, they are more humans. Because हम लोग जब interviews के लिए आते हैं, like candidates they come and these are not, these are absolutely a scripted candidates. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity and this and that. I have this skills. Okay. This is where I want to see myself. ये YouTube पे Instagram reels वगैरह देख के ना, they basically prepare for the interviews and they sit in front of us. We don't want such kind of candidates. Industry want only those candidates, those who showcase their human side. This is what we really wish to have, right? That's the reason where we want to focus more on the human skills, soft skills. What is there in inside you? That is something which you really need to explore. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, I guess time is very limited. So in case if you have any other questions or doubts or difficulty, you can connect me later after this program. You can connect me on LinkedIn as well as on Instagram. My LinkedIn ID is Sachin Bodhik. My Instagram ID is Sachin.startupcoach. In case if you wish to have any kind of conversation related with this, future skills for industry 4.0, startups, innovation, anything, you can connect me through social media. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your knowledgeable presentation. Now I request Dr. Pranay Ambassador to present one of the speaker from KISBPD. Thank you, sir. And now request Dr. S.W. Kulkarni, sir, to please come on stage to be the chairperson of the following session. Please, sir. We are now request Dr. Mangesh Mandawkar from Kolhapur, ex-dean HOD of Biotechnology Engineering, CIC, Kolhapur. Please come up on the stage, be the speaker of the session. Please, sir. And now, the chairperson to please Elizabeth Dr. Mangesh Pandavkar, Dr. Mangesh Pandavkar sir has a specialization in fermentation and downstream processing for different antibiotics. Sir has done his BSc and MSc in microbiology from Shirazi University. He has worked as senior general manager in nuclear Tarapur, research microbiologist at Grand Vaccine Labs, and also as senior executive at Nuclear Tarapur. Sir has also worked as dean and HOD of Department of Biotechnology, Engineering at CIT Kolhapur. So today's topic for presentation is biotechnology and microbiology, scope in Indian healthcare. Now, may I now request honorable speaker to please take the charge.
Good afternoon. Very thankful to the Dr. Patari and his team for giving an opportunity for me to be here and present with you. Now, I have been allotted around 15 minutes, and in next 12 to 13 minutes, I will be talking about the scope in Indian industry as far as biotechnology and microbiology is concerned. Now, if you see in industry, there are very majorly there are 6 to 7 segments wherein microbiologists and biotechnologists are required. And those are, the pharmaceuticals, food and dairy, agriculture, environment, diagnostics, medical, and hospitality. These are the different areas wherein microbiologists and biotechnologists are mainly required. Now, the global position where the microbiologists and we, India, is, see, we are 12 top destination for biotechnology worldwide. We are third largest destination for biotechnology in Asia Pacific. Indian biotechnology industry is targeted 150 billion by 2025 and 300 billion by 2030. This is what it is the scope we have in India and talk about. Indian biotechnology has grown 8 times, which was just 10 billion in 2014, wherein today it's 18 billion. We have a lot of drug which is being manufactured, vaccine being manufactured in India, which has been accepted globally because of its cost and quality both. We are globally competitive cost with quality and quantity. And this is all possible because of the initiatives taken under Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. This is what we are hearing actually. The 100 billion biomanufacturing market maybe in next few years. As I told that amongst the different areas where the microbiologists and biotechnologists are required, the major part is the pharmaceutical. More than 65% microbiology and biotechnologists are required at pharma. Another major area is food processing. There are different areas like in bioagriculture, bioindustry, bio-IT and bioservices. Earlier, Mr. Sati has talked about we in biotechnology and microbiology also to have something like IT services kind of. As far as biopharmaceuticals is concerned, we are the largest drug manufacturer which are low cost, and We export it to more than 150 countries today. We have a biosimilars. Presently, the market is only a domestic market. Maybe in near future, we will be able to export the biosimilars as well. This is what is basic when you see and when you talk about biopharmaceuticals, major is the fermentation. And fermentation today we have two kinds of fermentation, one is the classical and another is the RD. Now in classical fermentation, what we have is a setup like microbiology lab, then manufacturing, then downstream processing, research as well as process development. Now see all these areas where microbiology lab, manufacturing area, downstream processing, and research and development, where all microbiologists and biotechnologists are required. So that's a very good opportunity, career opportunity for microbiologists and biotechnologists. As I told that another area for microbiologists and biotechnologists is food processing. When I mentioned earlier that there is a 300 billion market by 2030, that was exclusively of food processing. Food and dairy is another potential area where all microbiologists and biotechnologists are required. This is again, areas like production, quality control, food processing, food packing, and of course, in all the areas, the research are there. Process development and plant level is always there. So these are the areas where typically the microbiologists and biotechnologists are required. So this is what is an area of potential. Another area is an agriculture. So pharmaceutical, food and dairy, agriculture is another area where microbiologists are required. Biofertilizers, tissue culture, mushroom cultivation, biopesticides. In all these areas, wherever manufacturing and quality control, as well as the research is required, the career opportunity for microbiologists and biotechnologists is there. This is again a waste treatment, both solid waste and water liquid waste. The treatment is required, the microbiologist is required, the biotechnologist is required. This is another area, another potential area where in which career opportunity for you all people is there. Hospital, pathology laboratories, then diagnostic, clinical research lab, dehydrated material, which we day and night use in our lab. These are the areas in manufacturing where all microbiologists are being required. This is another interesting area where microbiologists and biotechnologists are required. You must have heard about in some group star hotels and flight kitchens. We have a microbiologist required under whose strict control or food spillage, food spoilage, food poisoning is being taken care by microbiologists. Now, having said so, now we have to see that what we need to do actually. What we need to do is there has to be a partnership between research and academics. There has to be a venture capital enhancement. The R&D expenditure by industry has to be increased. Now I can share that there are Indian industry who spend almost 7 to 10% of their revenues on research. Then stable link between research and commercialization. That in the morning, our honorable guest of honor has already discussed about the research should not remain as a research in the academic perspective. It should be commercialized, it should be applied. This is what we need to be done. Then ensure the quality of Indian products which suits the global market. As I told that we are globally competitive as far as quality and quantity, and hence definitely we are equally competitive. Ensure that educational curriculum to change and align the process the previous students as per industry demand. This is very important and all academic institutes must take a note of it that industry need a people, but we should not be, the academic curriculum. We should align the curriculum to whatever is required in industry. And this is a create a state of an art research facility and transition center. Now there are a lot of industries, those who are already participating in this, and many of them are collaboratively making their center of excellence at institute. So many industries, they can donate, they can make their center of excellence in different academic institute where students get lot of good exposure to what is really required in industry. And this is what is the target. This slide is for sharing information with you. By 2030, when we believe that we will be 300 billion plus market as far as biotechnology is concerned, what is government from their side is doing and what is our we it's a 100 knowledge incubators, 100 rural knowledge resource technology cluster, 100 PG courses that are being put in there, skill development center in all states, the report subsidiary for medical devices, 10 technology clusters, there are 10 goals and measures, 150 Kisan hub, 10 Gujarat cluster, 100 million manufacturing global hub, of which 3 or 4 biotech parks has been already been started in different parts of the country. This is what it is going to do. And any question?
Thank you, Mr. Padwala. Padwala has pointed out the need of microbiologists and biotechnologists in different fields of life sciences. I'm very much thankful to Dr. Padwala for pointing out the particular career opportunities, ocean of opportunities in the field of microbiology and biotechnology. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Now I request the chairperson to present token of love to the speaker from IAMSRUI. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sneha to present the token of love to the chairperson of the current. Dr. request Dr. Participant Sir to please come on the stage to create a session. I would like to request Honorable Dr. Om Prakash Sir to please come on the stage. Dr. Om Prakash Sir is Associate Professor, Deputy Head, Symbioses Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, Symbioses, International University, Pune. He has earned his MSc and PhD degree in microbiology from Dr. IAMSRUI University, Ayodhya, and University of Delhi, respectively. He currently is working as chairman of subcommittee on mechanistic acting of environmental systematic of prokaryotic UK. In 2016, he received CPR ISA Visiting Fellow Award in Microbial Ecology. In 2017, Dr. Prakash received the Best Mentor Award from Florida Agricultural and Technical University and an Achiever Award from Institute of Agricultural Science, IAS. Today, we talk for presentation in magical world of microbes. Now I invite the honorable speaker to take the chance.
Namaste everyone, and I would like to thank Dr. Pathade sir for the invitation. And हम और पटानकर सर साथ आने वाले थे पुणे से, बट हम साथ वहाँ नहीं आ पाए, यहाँ स्टेज पे आके मिल गए, तो that's another good opportunity. And since morning I was listening like different session, and every session was fantastic. And every speaker is mainly focusing on the like bio-based economy, climate change, global warming, and sustainable development. So if you think nicely, so who is responsible for that? Climate change, industrial development, biotechnological development, development of the future bioeconomy. So microbes is the like critical provider of all the ecosystem services. If you think like who is the major like player of the climate change, greenhouse gas emission, methanogenic archaea, nitrous oxide formation, bacteria, enzyme production, bacteria, whole industrial processes is based on the activity of the microorganism. So microorganism is the like major provider of the ecosystem services. All the biological cycling of the material is based on the activity of the microorganism. So since last 23 years, I am working in the area of microbiology without deviation. And sometimes I feel I am lucky. I have to study these tiny microorganisms. If you look the like Indian literature, Indian mythology, या Hinduism, in that situation, Brahm का एक कल्पना है कि Brahm and microbes both are the like similar in the nature. According to Tulsi, what is the definition of Brahm? Brahm के उन्होंने लिखा बिन उपक चलें सुने बिन काना कर बिन कर्म करें बिन नाना. ना तो उसके पैर हैं चलता है, हाथ नहीं है फिर भी अनेक काम करता है. So similarly, if you look the activities of microorganism, they are the invisible, but they are doing all sorts of activity of the nature. They are degrading uranium, they are degrading iron, they are providing like major like enzyme for the degradation. They are responsible for the environmental cleanup. They are responsible for the composting. They are providers of the food as Dr. like next just this session, food biotechnology, industrial biotechnology, production of antibiotics. All these activities are the like result of microorganisms. So I'm not going. Dr. Pathade told to me, no, it's not matter of the science. So we have to like just give some brief information about the student. How microorganism is behaving. What is the job opportunities in the microbiology? So it's my like when I understand the subject, then I compose that like theme of the like subject in the form of poem. So this poem is in the Hindi about the microorganism, but I will explain in the English. First is the about microorganism. मैं हूँ पृथ्वी का सूक्ष्म जीव. I am the microorganism of the earth. तुम मुझे नहीं पहचान रहे, मैं हूँ पृथ्वी का सूक्ष्म जीव. तुम नहीं देख सकते मुझको, फिर भी है मेरा साम्राज्य. I am invisible, but whole earth is like captured by myself. अदृश्य रूप में मैं करता दुनिया के सारे काम काज, अति सूक्ष्म रूप में मैं करता इस धराधाम पर हूँ निवास. अनवरत कार्य में रत रहना या रहता है मेरा प्रयास. Without tiring, I am doing all the activities of this earth. What is that? मैं हूँ कोकाई, मैं छड़ाकार रॉड, सूत्रवत स्पाइरल, एंड मैं हूँ बक्स स्पाइरोचीट. नभ जल थल का विस्तृत कोना, हर जगह मेरा पैदा होना. आई एम omnipresent in everywhere, every part of the earth, every part of the ecosystem. And अति कठिन ताप साइक्लोफाइल नहीं, अति कठिन ताप थर्मोफाइल, अति कठिन दाब बैरोफाइल्स, अति कठिन शीत साइक्लोफाइल्स. So all these habitat are the my habitat. अति कठिन दाब, अति कठिन ताप, अति कठिन धूप का सह लेना, विपरीत परिस्थिति होने पर भी कभी नहीं हिम्मत खोना. मैं माइक्रोब्स हूँ. I never like give up. Whatever I will do like in full heart. विपरीत परिस्थिति होने पर भी कभी नहीं हिम्मत खोना. सारे गम सहकर भी मैं करता रहता हूँ धरती को सजीव. तुम मुझे नहीं पहचानोगे, मैं हूँ पृथ्वी का सूक्ष्म जीव. I write a paper on Carl Wood from biophysics to the evolutionary microbiologist. So like this, हर गम सहके भी मैं करता हूँ धरती को सजीव. According to the Carl Wood, if you wipe all the plant and animal biodiversity from the surface of Earth, so there will be very minute difference on the like ecological system or like microcycling of the material. But if you wipe all the microorganisms from the surface Earth, then it will be sudden death of the Earth. So now we realize how valuable of the microorganisms that I'm not going to like here describe the like biography of the Carl Wood, but during his like experiment he conducted near about 10,000 lots during his time of the like discovering what is the difference between the bacteria and archaea, and he did whole lot of like tough work. So here सारे गम सहकर भी मैं करता रहता धरती को सजीव. तुम मुझे नहीं पहचानोगे, मैं हूँ पृथ्वी का सूक्ष्म जीव. नेक्स्ट लाइन, दुनिया को आधी से ज्यादा मैं प्राण वायु करता प्रदान. प्राण वायु ऑक्सीजन. Who is giving the oxygen? Plant. Photosynthesis is the major source of the oxygen. But if you look the data, the marine cyanobacteria produce 50% of the breathable air on the earth's surface. पृथ्वी को आधी से ज्यादा मैं प्राण वायु करता प्रदान. औषधि हो या वो प्रतिरक्षी, सबका मुझमें मिलता मिला. I am the main source of the medicine. I am main source of the antibody. I am main source of the other things. तो औषधि हो या हो प्रतिरक्षी, सबका मुझमें मिलता निदान. I am main source of all these things. जय ईंधन जय ऊर्जा का मैं उभर रहा हूँ नया शोध. अपनी क्षमता से दुनिया को कर दूंगा सुख से उत्पन्न. Now whole world is focusing on the like climate change. And what is the main, how to mitigate the like effect of the climate change? The whole world is now focusing on the green energy, bioenergy. What is the source of green energy? Bioethanol, biodiesel, biomass-based energy, biogas. And who is the producer of these? Microorganisms are the producer of these. So for this, the जैव ऊर्धन, जैव ऊर्जा का मैं उभर रहा हूँ नया स्रोत. अपनी क्षमता से दुनिया को कर दूं सुख से मैं वो प्रयोग. मेरी अनुपस्थिति में धरती हो सकती है सचमुच निर्जीव. If you like, biodiversity destruction is the another concept of the current climate change. If the temperature is going like up, then the biodiversity destruction is the another. Like if microorganism will be not present on the surface of Earth, then whole Earth will be the dead. तुम मुझे नहीं पहचानोगे, मैं हूँ पृथ्वी का सूक्ष्म जीव. अदृश्य रूप में होकर भी सब जीवों का करता पोषण. प्रदूषण और गंदगी का करता रहता प्रतिदिन शोषण. मेरे से है टिकी हुई औद्योगिक क्रांति नई न्यू. तो मुझे नहीं. आई एम द बेस ऑफ द बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. आई एम द रिमूवल ऑफ ऑल द पोल्यूटेंट ऑफ द अर्थ सरफेस. आई क्लीन द अर्थ. आई एम द बेस ऑफ द एनवायरमेंटल बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. तो दिस इज द लाइक दुश्मन. मेरे तुम मुझे नहीं. मेरे कुछ दुष्ट भाइयों का भी है पृथ्वी पर होता निवास. जब इनका बढ़ता साम्राज्य जीवन की जाति टूटा. दीज आर फॉर द पैथोजेनिक माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म. उनकी पहचान और रोकथाम का करें नित्य नूतन प्रयास. अन्यथा हमारा यह शरीर हो जाएगा उनका निवास। उनके प्रकोप से बचने का कुछ खोजे नई नींव, कुछ खोजे नई तरकीब। Like everybody, like now whole antibiotic world is saturated. Now every microbiologist is focusing on the new microorganism, developing, discovering novel microorganism for the novel antibiotics, novel drug. So we have to focus on that, how to track the development of AMR, antimicrobial resistance, how to form new drug for the new diseases. So these are the bacteria or microorganism is the like source or like hope of that type of things. उनके तुम मुझे नहीं, हम जैव विविधता संवर्धन का करें नित्य नूतन प्रयास. Just like focus on these line. What is the biodiversity conservation is the major focus of the country. India have near about more than 4 biodiversity hotspot, and that is why this is the hope of the biotechnology. जैव biodiversity, हम जैव विविधता संवर्धन का करें नित्य नूतन प्रयास. बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन के लिए हमें ज्यादा काम करने हैं. इनका परिरक्षण किसी देश के है भविष्य की नई आस. प्रिजर्वेशन ऑफ द माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म द फ्यूचर ऑफ बायो इकोनॉमी ऑफ ए नेशन. ये सूक्ष्म जीव संपदा केंद्र है किसी देश की दिव्य निधि. इनके संरक्षण परिचालन की सदा खोजिए नई विधि. इस पर आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था की हम डालें सबल नींव, तब जब जाकर हम पहचानेंगे क्या कर सकते हैं सूक्ष्म जीव. लाइक बायो एनर्जी, बायो इकोनॉमी. And for the bioeconomy, what is the essential? You have good culture collection in the nation. You have good culture type, like what is novel type of organism. Despite all the development in the cultivation, we are microbiologists, and we know that the high throughput, with the high throughput cultivation techniques, still we have only 1 to 10% cultivated microorganism in the culture collection of the world, and only 12,000 to 15,000 type species is present in the culture collection. So these are the base of the bioeconomy. The microorganism is underpinning the bioeconomy of any nation. So if we are doing that kind of thing, then we can say India will be prosperous in the future in terms of bioeconomy. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the like I'm going to finish in very like less time. Some headlines from the newspaper are read. Microorganisms affect our daily lives. Canada beach can be winged 4 years of the so-called superbug. Horse to be vaccinated for the EE and WE staph infection latest threat to the athlete's health. Transgenic cow have ordered success. Seeing microbes from the space. Bacteria convert cookie-like to the hydrogen fuel. Photosynthesis, one of the life's top 10 inventions. So these kind of headlines are generally comes in the newspaper of all the country, and this ultimately indicate the importance of microorganism. Next, they like based on the on the basis of the present data, we can say they affect us so much that at the turn of the new millennium, the Time magazine declared what he declared. The 20th century was the age of the physics, and the 21st century will be the age of biotechnology. So this is, we are living in the age of the biotechnology, and biotechnology is the most important aspect. And who is underpinning the biotechnology? Microorganism is underpinning the biotechnology. Without microorganism, there is, I can't say that plant biotechnology, animal biotechnology is not like playing the part. But if you really analyze, then more than 80% biotechnological invention is based on the microorganism. So microorganism is underpinning all the biotechnological innovation and research. Next, microbes are the critically important according to the Louis Pasteur. The role of the infinite small is infinitely large. Like they are invisible. We can't understand them without naked eye. Only microorganism, microbiologists can understand, but they play major role. Their role is so large that we can't imagine. This is the statement of the Louis Pasteur. And where they are present, they are omnipotent and omnipresent. Microbes and biosphere, air up to this 19 miles above, soil below 1700 feet, and water below water column 34,000 feet in the like 6.5 miles. So microorganism is present everywhere. Currently, I'm composing a like manuscript on that because generally I'm like anaerobic microbiologist and since last 15 years I'm working in the area of anaerobic microbiology. So currently the microbiologist is only thinking about two things, either in the 100% aerobic condition or 100% anaerobic condition. So the lacuna, the gap between aerobic and aerobic, like microaerophilic condition, nobody is thinking about that. What is the physiology? What is the genomics? What is the like activity of microaerophilic condition of the ecosystem? It's major area of the work, and there are a whole lot of slides. So I'm not going to all these. Like this, I have already discussed. I just like these are the climate change. What is the this time everyone is discussing, every forum is discussing about climate change and sustainability. What is the major changes, major cause of the climate change? Like methanogens. Methanogens is producing methane. Methane is the greenhouse gas. That the greenhouse potential of methane is 22 times more than the carbon dioxide. Nitrous oxide is another potential greenhouse gas that have more than 20 times greenhouse potential than carbon dioxide. But we are mainly focusing on the carbon. If we club like nitrous oxide and methane, then more than 50% global warming problem is caused by these. And who is responsible for these? Microorganisms. If global warming problem occur, then what will be the effect? It will be the changing of the rain pattern. As we are observing this change in the animal migration life, damaged coral reef, rising sea level, warmer ocean, all these are the different effects of the like this. So I'm not going to explain this. This is the another area, hot area of the research of the microorganism is the human gut. So 90% of the gut microbiota is the anaerobes, and they are mainly governing all the activities of the human body. Human metabolism and physiology is mainly governed by the microorganism of the gut. A healthy human every time contains 0.5 kg to 1.5 kg bacteria in their gut, and how their metabolism is affecting, they are like different things. So this is the another hot topic in the microbiology, probiotic, and then like this one, energy related to the like this. This is the my topic of interest. I'm finished. Okay. Like okay. And this is my another project of the US, like British Petroleum oil leak on microorganism is the playing major role in the cleaning of the oil. And recently I it's not hardcore science, but okay, just two more slides because time is very less. This one, two-dimensional cell separation, a high throughput cultivation approach. This paper published is like just 4 months ago in 10 Impact Factor ASM journal, and we discovered this technology in the collaboration of University of Illinois USA and Niri Nagpur, and it's very simple. I was thinking how to cultivate like microorganism in the colleges, degree colleges, where the facility is not very much, where we have only just centrifuge and the like serial dilution. So this is the two-dimensional cell separation approach, how to cultivate microorganism. In this dimension, I separated the cell based on the gradient centrifugation, like 3000 G, 6000 G, 9000 G. So based on the cell sedimentation rate and biomass, cell became separated in this dimension. Or simply, if you go like this dimension, make the simple serial dilution. So doing this, we achieve 3 to 4 fold higher dilution using the single media. So it is very simple techniques, and we can club this technology with the high lab of the like. Even like small colleges, degree colleges, where only centrifuge is present, only serial dilution approaches is present, so they can do high quality research that they can discover the microbial diversity. And we cultivated near about 1000 microorganisms using single media. So you guys can also like do that. And sir was saying what was the different like areas in the microbiology. So these are the different like discipline where microbiologists can like work. And these are the different like job opportunities where microbiologists can see. And there are also a site NIRF ranking. You can go and seek the like what is the top 10 like good institution in India, and where you can apply and what type of research you want to do, and you can do like that. Okay, thank you so much.
So any question? So, thank you, Dr. Sharma. That's a nice and very interesting lecture, Magical World of Microbes. And Dr. Sharma, he has explained the magical microbial world and the entire microbiology in one poem, and explained all kinds of microbes, classification, based on with scientific activity. So, very nice. In Hindi, you are given nice explanation of microorganisms, and initially he gave the connect with ancient concept of microbes, what the microbes are, and what the Brahma means. So that is a very wonderful type of thing. He also explained the importance of microorganisms in the ecological balance and in the importance of the maintenance of microbiodiversity for various aspects. And ultimately, the two-dimensional vision of the cells in a deep manner and find it different scopes at in a deep manner. So it was a very nice and beautiful session. So thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Pandya to tell the teacher of next. Dr. Pandya. Now I request Dr. Priyanka to tell the Dr. Pandya. Yeah, please.
We are privileged. We are privileged to have an honored person, Dr. Trupti Gokhale, Professor, BITS Pilani, Dubai campus, as a resource person for online talk. Ma'am is currently working as Associate Dean, Alumni Relations, BITS Pilani, Dubai campus. She has around 24 years of teaching experience, worked as faculty in charge, associate professor, head of department of biotechnology, and assistant professor at BITS Pilani, Dubai. Ma'am has completed her MSc from Mumbai University and PhD in microbiology from Goa University. She has received the Best Paper Award at the 3rd Global Sustainable Biotech Congress 2014, Jalgaon, India, and the Best Paper Award for Technology Transfer at the INTEC 2011 conference in Bratislava, Slovak Republic, September 2011. Her topic for presentation is entrepreneurship in biotechnology. Now I request ma'am to begin with her session.
Yeah, thank you so much for the brief introduction, and I would like to thank Dr. Pathade for giving me this opportunity to present and interact with the students over here. Just quickly share my screen and we could start. Just let me know if the screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible and screen.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for confirming. Okay, so the topic that I'm going to talk about and we've been talking about since morning is about Make in India, and that basically revolves around not just making the students ready for the market, for the job, but it's basically to bring in entrepreneurship amongst the students. So what we want and what is the mandate of the Indian government right now, and it's not just the Indian government, but we are seeing this across the globe, that today we want to make students ready to be self-employed rather than being employed. So if we look at Make in India, which is the which has been launched by our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi in 2014, the whole idea of Make in India was to invest in the manufacturing sector. So we have been seeing that we do import a lot of stuff from different countries, but now what we want to see India become is a major manufacturing hub. We have been manufacturing, we were having a good number of mills, but slowly we started losing our talent to the Western countries because that is where our Indian talent got attracted. And to bring and retain the talent, this is one of the initiatives to start investing in India so that we can retain the talent and develop policies to retain these talents. So the entire Make in India revolves around a slogan that is zero defect and zero effect. Yeah, that means that when the manufacturing companies are making anything, there has to be no effect on the environment and the ecology. So that is a major interest of the government, and that is what we as biotechnologists and microbiologists have always been striving for, is to have sustainability and to ensure that we work in a green environment. Yeah, ecologically maintaining that environment pollution free, to reduce energy, to reduce the high temperatures, pollutants, everything is what we are focusing at. And all the technologies that are developed using microorganisms and in biotechnology are classified as green technology. So today, this is a nationwide campaign basically to boost the domestic manufacturing in India. And the main objective of this entire program is to generate employment. When we say generate employment is in two ways. One is we start becoming self-employed, and second is when we have our own startups, when we have our own companies, we would be employing more people. Right. So instead of depending on MNCs to come to India and give the jobs or recruit people, we want this to happen inside India, wherein our youth would be employed right here in India, where we can provide them with the same social security what they're looking for outside. This is also to facilitate investment. We are seeing a lot of foreign investment, and to attract that foreign investment in India is another objective of the Make in India program. The most important, again, is to foster innovation, because if we foster innovation, only then we can come up with new ideas and new companies, new products, etc. in the market. So innovation is the key to Make in India. And this can be done by enhancing skill development at a very basic stage. Starting from schools to colleges, today we are seeing that skill development is taking or is given a lot of importance, which was not a few years back. But we do see skill development taking place, and the skill development need not necessarily be technology development. This skill development can be as simple as a skill to talk, a skill to interact with people. These are also soft skills that we need to learn. So it's not only technology skills or hand skills, as we say, but we also require the soft skill training to be imparted in our children so that they become ready for the market. Yeah, we do see that there are a lot of etiquettes that come with a good number of jobs, or when you're going in the market. So if you're an owner of a company, you need to have certain soft skills, and that is now also being taught in the school. So enhancing soft skill development is important. Protecting the intellectual property, making that awareness of intellectual property is important, and that is also an objective. And you will find that the government is really driving these initiatives wherein they are conducting these programs in schools and colleges so that students are aware of intellectual property. Intellectual property does not only mean patenting, but intellectual property also comes with copyrights, with the design of the logo. There are various different categories that come in intellectual property, right? So even if your company has designed a logo, the logo of your company can be protected because that logo becomes your intellectual property. Yeah, branding, etc. So there are a good number of things that come under intellectual property, not just patents. Patents, yes, are important, but these are other things also that need to be taken care of. And yes, to build the best manufacturing infrastructure, that means the country has to be ready to have that kind of infrastructure for manufacturing process. If we look at the sectors that are under focus, amongst all other sectors, what is definitely of our interest, since we are a crowd of microbiologists and biotechnologists. So over here is, of course, biotechnology, and the next important one is food technology. So amongst these sectors in focus, we see that biotechnology and food technology has been given equal importance, wherein food processing is important, and as well as the application of biology in technology. Food processing extremely important because India is very diverse with its food habits, and India has always been working, or we have been maintaining our traditional foods, which is extremely important because today the entire world is coming and looking at the ingredients that are being used in the Indian food. We don't realize when we have our meal, but any meal that you pick is a whole meal. There is a balance of carbohydrates, proteins, lipids in the meal that we consume. So the traditional meal that we take, we might feel that this is not a healthy meal, but yes, if you look at the meal, it is actually healthy. We just have been brainwashed, or it's the conditioning of the mind from various ways that we feel that our food is unhealthy. No, it is not, and that is what now we want to look for. And you will see that there is a lot of promotion on the traditional food today. Yeah, biotechnology, yes, we have a good number of biotech companies, and we want to promote more companies, and that is what the entire focus of Make in India is. So we as microbiologists, what we can do is looking for careers and be the ones who provide careers as bio-entrepreneurs. So any business idea that we have in biotechnology would be classified as bio-entrepreneurship. So what comes under bio-entrepreneurship would be products which are made using the knowledge and using scientific research. So a simple part of this could be like, the blood glucose detection sector, or a sensor that is being made is a product of biotechnology, and you do see companies making these. So basic ideas of that could be originating from scientific research would be a bio-entrepreneurship. And it's a very simple way to put it is the research that we do in our academic research laboratories. If we can commercialize that research, nothing better than that, and you become a bio-entrepreneur. Somebody who's working on making nanoparticles, okay, tomorrow you start commercializing those nanoparticles, it becomes bio-entrepreneurship. So we are working, we are doing a lot of research, but our research remains in the lab. The moment we start commercializing research or find ways of commercializing research, that is where we start getting into bio-entrepreneurship. So it is basically the transfer of technology from the academic laboratories into the industry, which is needed, and that is where bio-entrepreneurship would come in. So what is essential for this is definitely funding, because whenever we look at any company that is established on biotechnology, there is a lot of funding that is required and this funding is also available, and I'll just talk about it shortly. So if you look at the Indian scenario, there are a good number of biotech industries, and these can be broadly classified into the pharma industry, the industrial aspect of biotechnology, that is when we talk about biofuels. We just spoke previous speakers talking about biofuels, biohydrogen in the morning was spoken about. So if you look at some of these are all basically the areas in which biotechnology can contribute. Bioagriculture is again an important aspect, and we now see hybrid crops, biopesticides. We do see plants growing in hydroponics, vertical farms. All of these are advances in biotechnology, and these are certain scenarios where we can be working in. Yeah, bioservices is another area, as well as bioinformatics, where we can think about having our own companies. Can India be a global leader? And yes, the answer is, of course, it can. And because India has a good potential, and we as biotechnologists need to harness that potential. We have ample availability of rich bioresources. We have technical expertise. We have skilled manpower. The way microbiologists are trained in the laboratory, believe me, no other scientist can work that way. Yeah, the hand skills of microbiologists are too good because we are taught to work with both our hands. Yeah, not with one hand, but both our hands. And that gives good technical expertise, good skilled manpower, and progressive government policies like Make in India are going to make it possible for India to reach that global market and also be the global leader. So to lead in the global scenario, it is not very difficult. It is possible for the Indian companies to do it. And we therefore see, and we heard about it in the morning, how Bharat Biotech has reached the world, how it has sent the vaccines across the world. Again, a simple example of bio-entrepreneurship. Biotechnology has been recognized as a key priority sector for Make in India, for Skill India, and also under the Startup India initiative of Government of India. Importance of bio-entrepreneurship comes up because of the development of new products, and we saw how during the COVID pandemic, how fast the companies worked, and there was an extremely quick technology transfer, and there were quick trials that were done, and we, of course, all of us could get the vaccine. So the vaccine that was made under COVID-19 is a classic example that we saw right in front of our eyes, where things started moving so fast, and that's only possible because of the government support and the technology transfer that has happened. So research was already being done, right? Research was already being done, but that transfer of research, the transfer of technology to the industry happened so quick in that time, of course, with the support of the government to bring out the vaccine and protect all of us, right? So development of new products is, of course, important, and that is where bio-entrepreneurs can take a lead. Biofertilizers, biosensors earlier available in the market were extremely expensive, and today we see that at even 2 rupees, you get a biosensor for detection of glucose. Yeah? So that is how the technology has advanced, and it has advanced only because of the bio-entrepreneurs, right? Innovation, better diagnostic techniques. If you see, even in diagnosis earlier, it would take 2 days to get one particular report, but now we have certain disorders for which the reports can come in few hours, and you don't have to wait for 2 days. So quick and rapid techniques is also a development. And for those rapid techniques, we have the kits that are developed, which are developed by the biotech companies. So you could be leaders over there. You could be bio-entrepreneurs, wherein you can come up with your own diagnostic kits. You can come up with novel drugs that can be made, biofuels that can be made, you can commercialize, and of course, there's a lot that can be done. Advanced technology or advances in technology can also be an important aspect of entrepreneurship, wherein you could work on diagnosis in agriculture, in environmental remediation. You could work on newer techniques to remediate the environment. You could set up your own company to look at the ISOs. You can look at the pollution control and so on, right? Food processing, yes, there are various companies that do this food analysis, water analysis, etc. Mining is another area, as well as renewable energy. And yes, the whole thing revolves around money. So this is a money-making industry because there is scientific research that has gone into it. Yeah. So there is value for money. There is a lot of input of money. We all agree on that. But yes, the output and the value that we get back is definitely much higher. So if you look at bio startups, there are three important pillars for these startups. One is that you need to have a technology in hand. That means you should have some technology that, yes, I can do this. You should have good management. Management involves management of the skill management, management of people. And the third important thing is you should have good funding. Yeah, so if you want a biotech startup, we require technology, we require a person who can manage well, and we require funding for this particular startup. If you look at the process of a startup, I'm sure the slide looks a little too crowded, but yes, we'll go stepwise. There are three major areas of a bio startup. The first area is the formation area, then we have the validation area, and then after that we have the growth area. So if you look at formation, that is the initial stage of your startup, wherein your startup is not even registered. It is just an ideation stage. So this is where you are, wherein you have a basic idea. You could have done some research in the laboratory and you have an idea from that, and now you want to start your own company. So what is important over here is to have a strong idea. At this stage, it is important that you share your idea with someone. So sharing is important because it is necessary that someone else should validate your idea. Yeah, today we feel that when we share ideas, somebody will steal your idea. Yeah, that is long gone because unless we have team building, which is our next step, we cannot move forward, right? Alone, a person cannot have his own startup because you require expertise from different areas. If you have expertise in different areas, definitely together you can make work less. So you can reach your goals much faster because you would have people to look after the different aspects. And that is extremely important in today's world because today things are moving very fast. Yeah, if you look at in the olden days, there would be one person very proudly saying that I'm the sole owner of the company. Yeah, it's nice to be a sole owner of the company, but it's always good to have some helping hands along with you, right? So team building is important. It is also equally important as to whom you take in your team. Yeah, you should be all at the same wavelength. You cannot have rifts and fights. So identifying your team, trusting your team is extremely important. Once you have the idea and the team in place, you can now, okay, this team doesn't mean that you start recruiting people, okay? We have not started our business, so we cannot recruit. This is just like-minded people coming together and believing in that idea, okay? After that, you can go in for a customer survey, wherein you can pull out a questionnaire and ensure this doesn't go out to your friends. It needs to go to some other people because your friends will always talk good about you. So you have to send it out to other people so that they can give you a true survey, a true feedback on your idea. In the customer survey, you will understand what is your customer segment. Yeah, what is the age group that you're looking at? Which age group would be more interested in your product? What would be the liking of them? Like, for example, if you have you're working in a food industry and your idea is about a food industry, you would definitely want to know what population of people would like that particular food. Let's say if you're making a new biscuit or a new cookie. So in that case, is it the older people or the middle-aged people or the young crowd that would be interested? So you would want to know their age. You would also want to know if there are any medical interests in that. Yeah. If you say my cookies are going to be sugar-free, you can of course have the diabetic patients included. So you can do your customer segmentation over here and understand from the customers whether they would be interested in the idea. After that, you can go in for idea to concept development. That means your idea can now move a step ahead and you can build your concept. Yeah. And when you build your own concept, you have to now identify what is your minimal viable product. MVP is extremely important because when we start with an idea, we are very excited and we want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 different things. Yeah. I want to provide my customer 10 different things. No, don't look at 10 different things. Focus on the one important aspect of your product, that is your minimal viable product, right? So that will be important. So if you're selling cookies, don't say, I want to make with sugar, I want to make sugar free, I want to make with chocolate, I want to make with strawberry. No, don't go into 10 different things. Try focusing on one, let that one particular product be established, and then you can expand. Yeah, so a startup needs to focus on one thing. You cannot focus on 10 things, because that is where many startups fail, because you try to provide 10 different things to the customers, right? So minimal viable product, that means what is the minimal essential for your product to remain viable in the industry? You need to identify that. And after you have identified that, you are now graduated to go and build your prototype. At this stage, when you're building your prototype, you can make the prototype. If you feel you want to validate and you want to reiterate, you can always pivot and go back and change your idea. But prototype developing is important. After that, you can always do a market validation, which is extremely important to see how well your product can sustain in the market. The market has to accept your product. So market validation is important, after which you can go for the complete product development. To do that complete product development, definitely you would require funds to be raised, and that is where you can look now for seed funding. And there are different categories of seed funding, which can be seed funding. After that, you have the Series A and the Series B and C, wherein you go for higher funding. Yeah, by God's grace, if you're successful in crossing all these hurdles, then of course you have your own company established, and then you can definitely launch your company, register your company, and get into the market, wherein you can now look for growth with the Series A and BC funding. Yeah, so there's a lot of funding that is available, but what is important right now over here, that this entire process for a startup, for a person like you and me who is new to this world of startups, is definitely looking much challenging. It is not that I just go register my company and I start. Yeah, so there's a lengthy process and there's a lot of background work that goes before we get into the startup. So what is essential of an entrepreneur is to have certain skills, and to go through this entire process, the most key thing important, or the most essential thing, would be to have patience. Yeah, you need to be extremely patient. You need to be hardworking. You need to burn your midnight oil. You need to be a good researcher, because that is where your concept and your idea is going to come from. You should be a good leader who can lead a team, keep them bonded together, make them work together. There has to be a resilience. You have to have a strong faith in yourself, a strong faith in your idea that, yes, I can do it. You have to be resilient, but at the same time, you should be ready to pivot. In case things are not working in the direction that you had thought, you should be in a position to pivot and change that direction. You can always take a detour. You can take another path which would lead you to the same goal. Yeah, so you have to think about all these things and be prepared for all this. And finally, and the most important, is ethics. You cannot leave your ethics. You cannot leave your core values. Yeah, it's not that I will do anything and everything to make my startup established. No, it will give you an easy path, but it will backfire on the long run. So ethics and values are extremely important, and that is one thing that you need to care for. So when we talk about the whole thing, definitely there is a lot of funding that is required. Yes, I'll just wind up in another few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So funding is important, and if you see, these are the different stages of the funding that you can see, wherein you can start with your own resources or get money from family, friends, and after which we have the seed round, seed A, seed B, C, and go on further. Yeah. So if you look at the path, it looks very lengthy, and there are incubators and accelerators who can do this hand holding for you. So these are entities which, like BioNest, if you've heard of this, BioNest is established by BIRAC. It is a bio incubator which helps in nurturing young startups. So they help you by providing mentors. They give you the networking facilities. They also give you physical space to work, like office space, etc. They also provide you with equipments if you want to develop any technology or work. So all of this is provided by these incubators and accelerators who would do the handholding. The biggest challenge today for any biotech company is to make that science a profitable business. And therefore, for that, what is important is technology transfer, understand the market, federal support, and yes, we need to have good funding from the venture capitalists and the public equity. Some measures to promote bio-entrepreneurship would be to provide quality education to the students, to ensure that they collaborate with young entrepreneurs, because if we look at the products that are coming in the market, those products are not coming from one field. There's a lot of integration, and therefore we have to ensure that there is a good collaboration. There has to be linking between the academia and industry. We need to teach our kids how to do an elevator pitch so that they can communicate and convey their idea within 30 seconds to any venture capitalist. And yes, we need investment from the government in terms of seed fund. A strong role that the academia needs to play is to encourage entrepreneurship in their program. Universities and colleges can set up e-cells, that is entrepreneurship cell, which can include entrepreneurship as a mandatory foundation course at the younger levels. Yeah, so at the graduate level itself or the undergrad level, we can have these. Universities through their e-cell can provide market and funding opportunities, organize competitions, provide seed fund to these startups, provide an incubation space. A good number of universities now have their own incubation space where the student startups are incubated. Yeah. So that is where the accelerator program can happen on campus, so the students don't have to join any other accelerator program or any other incubator. Awareness on IPR is important, and joining hands with the industry. There are some universities which offer programs in bio-entrepreneurship, and we have in Singapore, that is the Nanyang Technology University, University of Zurich, and the Johns Hopkins Whiting School of Engineering. These are some of the leading biotech companies in India. Names are very familiar to all of you. If they have succeeded, so can you. What you need is perseverance and resilience and patience. Yes, with this, I'll end my talk. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to put in my thoughts on bio-entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful description about bio-entrepreneurship, the journey of bio-entrepreneurship, and the opportunities for bio-entrepreneurs in biotechnology and bio-entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. I request
Thank you.
Mastura ma'am to chair the next session. We are privileged to have an honored person, Dr. Balaji Agrawal, sir, Plant Pathology Director at Florida Agricultural Research, as a resource person for an online talk. Dr. Balaji Agrawal, sir, has done their bachelorate and masters of science in 2002 from Marathwada Agricultural University, Parabni, Maharashtra. He has done his PhD from National Research Center for Citrus, Nagpur. He has done several postdoc courses. He has been worked as a research director, head of Department of Biotechnology, senior research fellow. Some awards to his credits are like Honorary Fellow Award, Young Scientist Award 2013, Srishti Mitra Award. Today's his topic for presentation is Global Trends in Biological Science Careers. Now I request sir to take over the charge.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Patade, sir, for giving me this opportunity to deliver a talk at the conference. The topic of my presentation is global trends in biological science careers. So basically, what I'm going to cover here, as Dr. Patade sir told me, there most of the students are participating in this conference. So through my presentation, I'm going to provide you some insight on, like, what are the opportunities available globally in biological science stream, for either for the education or for the job related opportunity. Basically, my presentation talk is about the opportunity where a student can explore, or the professional who are looking for the biological science career in different countries, including India as well. I have divided my presentation in several small objectives. Let me, as time is very limited, so I will just go one by one quickly. So basically, the trend has been changed in last 2 decades globally. So if you talk about the basic science that we were following is globally the biological science in terms of research as well as for the industrial application has been tremendously changed. So basically, so if you talk about discipline by discipline, I'll talk first about the agriculture science discipline, where even when I started my career in USA, in 2009, at that time also, we were following most of the basic plant pathology or microbiological methods. But if you talk about the today's scenario or today's status, there is a lot of use of artificial intelligence in agriculture sciences. So what student has need to change is, definitely we need a basic science in order to understand the basic fundamental methods, but at the same time, students need to be prepared for the advancement that are happening in this stream. I'll give you a few examples of the agriculture science discipline as well as the medicine side by side. The first stream, if you talk about the diagnostic tools, so in the when I was doing my PhD research in order to identify any kind of disease, we used to collect the samples from the field, and then we used to inoculate those samples on the media. But the trend has changed now, and now if I have to diagnose the disease, in order to follow the basic microbiology method, it took 4 to 5 days, or it may take 6 days to identify or diagnose one disease from any kind of leaf tissues. But with this current RT-PCR technology, it will take a few hours to identify that disease. So this is what the current trend is. The technology is all about how to minimize the time, how to improve the efficacy, okay, and how to improve the accuracy. And that's where students need to focus more on the application side along with the basic sciences. So that is very important. Use of molecular biology tools in biological science are, day by day, there is advancement going on in this stream. That's one of the thing, it is called as a molecular diagnostic technology. So there are so many universities are currently offering the master's or PhD related education just focused on the molecular diagnostic tools. And that's the emerging area in agriculture science stream, but at the same time in the medicine also. We have gone through this COVID pandemic, and there was a, we call it like a RT-PCR test. And if you see that pandemic also, initially when we submit the sample, it was taking 1 or 2 days time to get the results. But again, that's where you really need to think about applied science part of this diagnostic technology. And then scientists came up with the technology where they can complete this RT-PCR reaction in 45 minutes. So that's where the trend is. the student really need to focus on the molecular biology tools that are being used in diagnostic technology. The second part of the application, I would say, say for example, the disease treatment in agriculture as well as medicine science. Say for example, if you are treating the cancer, you know that chemotherapy is like a very widely used application method. But what has been changed over the years? So in chemotherapy, now it is called as a targeted drug delivery system. So if you, for the cancer treatment, if you need like, 5 ppm of the drug in order to, reduce the tumor, now with that, if you need like a 5 ppm of the medicine to control that tumor, with the targeted drug delivery system, even 0.5 ppm of the or 1 ppm of the medicine is enough to cure that cancer. So what has achieved is, the chemotherapy has like so many disadvantages, people may lose here, like there are so many adverse effects of the chemotherapy. But with this targeted drug delivery system, we can use a low amount of medicine and it will target directly tumor, but it will not affect any other cell or any other physiological parameter of your body. So that's another technology where, most of the students are here from this medicine stream as well. So that's important portion of this development. The second aspect is, we know that there are so many hereditary diseases, and the gene therapy is another emerging technology in US, not only in US, but it is getting popular in Asian countries as well. So what all we need to do here, the student of this undergrad and master's discipline, you really need to read this scientific journals where, most of the student I have seen, we go through your academic curriculum, but you are not basically focused on the what are happening, what are the advancements are happening in these different universities in Western countries. I guess the Krishna Institute, they have also the very good laboratory. I was going through their website. I guess students need an access. Definitely you may have the access, but try to read as much as the scientific articles, so you can focus on the recent advancement in biological science stream. If you talk about the agriculture field or microbiology field, globally, every universities are creating it's called as interdisciplinary activities. So you know that biotechnology alone cannot run without the help of like basic sciences like zoology, botany. So if you talk about the current disciplines that are available for the master's and PhD program, most of the programs are interdisciplinary activity. So I would say for the students who are pursuing their masters or in microbiology or biotechnology, they should not be focusing just on their basic discipline. But what all we need to do is, if you are a student of biotechnology, definitely you need a basic or fundamental knowledge of the basic sciences like botany, zoology, microbiology. Why I'm telling you, I started my career as I did my PhD in biotechnology, and I'm currently working in a plant pathology discipline here.
Hello. Balaji sir. Are you there? He has left the meeting, ma'am. Yes, sir. Other ma'am and hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Hold on. There was some.
Share the presentation, sir. So you need to share your presentation. Okay, sir, it's visible.
Okay. All right. Okay, sorry for the intro. So what I was trying to say here, in all the universities in Western countries, they are all are focusing on the interdisciplinary activity. So basically, the student need to focus on the basic sciences.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sonal Chonde, organizing committee member, to come on stage. Ma'am will be the chairperson for the next session. I would like to request Honorable Dr. Shirish Kalapur, sir, Senior Technical Advisor, IPA Mumbai, to please come on the stage. Dr. Shirish Kalapur, sir, holds a postgraduate degree in pharmacy from Nagpur University and management studies from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Currently, he is Senior Technical Advisor of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. He is also venturing partner with 8 Roads, a private equity firm. He has several initiatives to his credit, notably strategically integrated manufacturing, operation excellence, and guidance manufacturing intervention to reduce human intervention in the process. He was president of VDA India chapter for 2 years from December 2019 to November 2021. During this pandemic period, India chapter continued to organize many programs online. His current focus area is quality forum in IPA, where various quality initiatives are undertaken. Now I request Dr. Shirish Kalapur, sir, to take the charge.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Are people awake there? No. Good afternoon. Again, good afternoon. Can everybody stand up for a minute? Please stand up. We need little bit exercise. Without that, we can't do. Just put your hands up. One hand up. Second hand up. Clap. 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 Sit down. I think we needed this, right? We're all sleeping otherwise. Both the presentations were excellent. Actually, the earlier 2 presentations, which I was watching, and both were very, very good. I think those people who are sitting behind, can you come forward? I wanted to discuss with something. Why don't you come forward? All of you, please come forward. Close here. Don't worry about the label which has been put there. Come this side, please. Please, please. Otherwise, there is no fun. You are attending the session. Let us enjoy the session also. All of you, please come forward, closer. Thank you, thank you. I think we need some energy, right? Without energy, we cannot do. And biotechnology is very, very important. Everything works on the energy. He talked about the microbes creating the energy. So I think we are the human beings, so we'll be creating more energy than any of them. See, I am in industry for the last 46 years. I think many of you might not have born, maybe of twice or thrice the age of you. And I'm in pharma industry purely working for 46 years. And still, I find there are so many new things to learn. Every day is a new learning experience. I meet people from all walks of the life. I go to the small industry, I go to the big industry. I have seen some of the very good biotechnological firms, Biocon India, you might be knowing the Enzil here in the Pune. These are the very good, great biotechnology companies. And last 10 years, particularly, the biotechnology companies have started doing very well. They are coming up in the big way. Let me talk about, because I talked about Indian pharma industry, and I am in the Indian pharma industry for 46 years. I did my MPharm in 1977, and since then, I am in the manufacturing area. Manufacturing and technology is my forte, you can say. I have worked, and along with the technology, you also need to have managerial things which required to be done. We'll discuss all the skills which required. My throat gets so dry very fast, so I need water from time to time. The Indian pharma industry has done extremely well since we started. The way in 1975, when I started my career, or 77 when I started career, many of the drugs were imported. Many of the drugs were not made here in India. From that day, in last how many years now? 40 years, we have changed the entire scenario. From the drug when we are not manufacturing, now we are able to export number of drugs to the entire world. You may be aware that Indian pharma industry today stands at, is expected to cross $130 billion business by 2030. We are number 3. India is number 3 by volume in manufacturing of the pharmaceuticals. It is said that India is the pharmacy of the world. Why? Because every third tablet consumed in US is manufactured in India. And we all should be proud of that. This is what we have done in last 40 years, 50 years. And this is all because in 1970, there was a patent law. I think somebody is going to talk about patents in the afterwards scenario. In 1970, the patent law changed, and we came from the process of product patent to the process patent. That could build the capacity in the Indian pharma industry of reverse engineering. We could produce any drug by different process, particularly chemical and by synthesis way, different process we can produce that drug. As a result, the Indian people, the Indian population got the drugs, and probably our drugs are the cheapest in the world. That's why, though our volume is, we are third largest, by value, we are 14th. Means our drugs are so cheap, probably. Today, what tablets you get at 8 rupees here, it will cost something like 800 in the US or Europe. And that is all because of the work done by our industry in the last few years. I think we all should be proud of that. The same thing was displayed by for biotechnology companies. You recall the COVID? Do you recall the COVID? In just 1 year, India was the only country who could produce the vaccines for the COVID. Not only that, they could produce the COVID vaccine in such a quantity that the whole entire India was vaccinated within 6 months. Let us see how many people, 1 billion people in India? I don't know exactly, but 1 billion, let us take 1 billion people. Everybody required 3 doses. 3 billion doses were made in just 6 months for the entire population. And I am not eulogizing the Indian spirit, but I think it is the whole world is talking about it. This is absolutely a case study for the entire world. Wherever I go, they ask me how India could do this. How India could do this. At the same time, even in the US, the drug vaccine which was produced by the Pfizer was not so effective. Actually, it gave a lot of difficulties to the people, a lot of side effects to people. So India could produce the drug which is world standard and within very short time. It is absolutely amazing, and credit to all of us, probably all the people who have worked in this field. I met Dr. Illa, who is the Bharat Biotech's president. He's a very simple man. Like, if you meet him, you will not feel that he is a big scientist. But the person is amazing. What he has done for the industry is amazing. And I think we all should be proud of doing this thing. I think this is the one of thing which I'm really proud of, and we should talk about it everywhere, wherever we go, because this is what is the importance. So I was talking about India being the I'm accident prone also. I was talking about India being $130 billion by 2030. Also, I talked about number of the drug manufacturers in India. Do you know how many drug manufacturers in India? 10,000 companies in India. 10,000, you remember? And something like, okay, 3,000 drug companies, but 10,000 manufacturing units. Of all the companies, US FDA is a standard for the gold standard for the quality, right? In India, we have got more than 600 units manufacturing for US, means US FDA approved plants in India are more than 600. These are only second to the in the world. First is the US, of course. That's the difference. And that also gives the quality map and quality standard to the whole industry. I talked about also vaccines. 60% vaccines of the world's production is manufactured in India. Serum Institute, you must have heard, also many other vaccine companies in India. Some of them are Zydus Cadila, Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech. So many are there. So many. There are at least 10 vaccine companies who are manufacturing vaccines for the world. Indian pharma sector is expected to grow at a CAGR of 22 to 23% over the period. Currently, our device, everything comes with the device, right? Vaccines have devices. Many products, biological products have got pens for giving the consistent dose and other things. Insulin has got a pen, you might have known. So this medical devices sector is expected to be about $25 billion by 2025. In biological workforce, in the pharmaceutical and the global biotech workforce, we are second in the world currently. So that also shows what is the capabilities building, what has been done over the years, in addition to what government is planning to do now. The Indian biotechnology currently is about, in 2020, it was US dollars, $70 billion. And we expect it to reach something like $150 billion by 2025. So that is also big work is being done in that area. Total Indian healthcare sector, if you talk in hospitals, doctors, all those things related to those areas, we are almost $372 billion. Big numbers, right? And our export stands about $24.5 billion, out of which $15 billion is the trade surplus. Means import and export trade surplus. So actually we are producing much more drugs than what we are importing. So more than $15 billion is the trade surplus. So it's all impressive, right? And I think really credit to all the people who really built up the policies, structures, patent laws in the earlier times. In 2005, the again patent law was changed to the product patent. Because by that time, Indian pharma industry, the biotechnology companies, our scientists have grabbed the knowledge how to convert the products, how to do the newer drugs and innovative drugs. Currently, majority of the drugs where we are mainly generic drugs. Generic drug means, do you know what a generic drug is? Anybody? Please. Can't hear. Can you come here? Let us understand what is generic drug. It is very, very important what we are doing so far and what we are going to do now. That's very different. Please.
That will be transferred to the other company as the development. So that can make it a single compound, so can reduce the cost as well market cost. Because I think I should have this more from the India, the second country, we want to working on the different vaccine.
Thank you. I think he has already explained this. Let me talk because voice may not have reached everybody. I think innovator makes the drug. First time drug comes, it is called as innovative drugs. Now it is a patented drug, so it will not, you will not get chance to make same drug in 20 years. And there are ways by which the people extend the life of the patent by some changing something and other thing. And this is now acknowledged by the India. So we cannot manufacture the innovative drug somebody has made by different process now and put into the market. So once 20 years expires, then you can bring that same drug with maybe little change in the process or something, and then put in the market. Now the generic drugs, now when the generic drug comes into the market, the innovative products prices, which are very high, drops down to almost 99%. Means if you are getting a one tablet at $100 from the innovative product, the generic people can make it at $1 or less than $1. Not only that, there is a profit margin. If that profit margins, and people will make not less than 50 to 60% margin. Without that, nobody will put the drug in the market. So the real cost of the drug of $100 is $0.2 or $0.3. But it is, the world is exploiting because they have done the innovation, so they get it. So currently, most of Indian people or most of the companies in India are producing generic drugs. We do the copies, they are called as copycat also. But also we help the industry and the public health by reducing the cost of the therapy great extent. $100 to $1. So 99% cost is reduced for the people. And not just for the Indian people, but even US and Europe and UK get the drugs from us. That's the big advantage. Next generation now is not going to remain generic. We have to go into the innovative drugs. And there are at least 5 to 6 companies in India already started the innovative drug business. They are under different clinical trials. You have to do clinical trials for the new products, which is under class 3 or 4 trials are happening now. So companies like Dr. Reddy's, Sun Pharma, Zydus, Cipla, they are already in those running over there. So I expect that within next 10 years, we will have our own innovative drug company who will be making their products in India and worldwide. These approvals will be there for these products. So I think it's a great thing. We talked about the biotechnology center, and I think it is also growing big way. Some of the companies, which is the biggest biological company in India, biotech company, anybody? Biocon, that's correct. Biocon is one of the very good company, and this is Kiran Shah Mazumdar, who is the chairman of this company. She has started from the scratch. She was basically a microbiologist, and she used to make the plates, agar plates for selling. And from there, she has reached the position of biggest industrialist, not only in India, but the worldwide. I do help them as a consultant in some of the areas, and I have seen their facilities. These are world-class facilities and world-class science happening there. There are also some companies now. I also deal with one more company. I don't know whether you know this. This is known as the ENZINE, ENZINE, which is in Pune, somewhere in the Chakan. It's a small company. It's a sister company of the Alchem. But this company does the MABs, monoclonal antibodies through biotechnology. And these people have got amazing technology. And amazing technology means continuous manufacturing. Even the people in US are not fluent in this. This company has done continuous manufacturing for the MABs. That is also amazing that you even see that process. Generally, you have got a big bioreactors, right? 10,000 liters, 50,000 liters, 1 lakh liters. You make vaccines, you make the MABs, or you make the drugs like insulin, which is the again biotechnology drugs. They start with just 200-liter bioreactor. When the whole cost comes down, and instead of running in one sequence, they continuously run that process for 21 days. So 21 into 200, that is the scale of the production, and produce the drug with the amazing quality in first shot itself. Some of the people like this, I think that's the way we should go for, and which help. And the people who are doing it, all Indian scientists, not coming from many means. I am also, I will talk about one more thing. I'm also associated with one company, again in biotechnology, like, which is known as Immunil. You can check in the Google. Immunil is the company who works in the CAR T cells. CAR T cells are extracted from the blood of the patient. They are treated with the vector, and that blood is again injected back to the patient. This is basically for the cancer. The cost of such treatment in US works out to be 3 to 4 crore rupees per patient. And these people are trying to do this in just 30 lakhs to 40 lakhs. That's the difference. You can imagine, cancer treatment is very, very expensive. So if you can do this, that will save a lot of patients, also a lot of journey to the going to the doctor, treating there, so many radiations, so many chemotherapeutics and other things. So this is the another thing which is going to come into the picture. We expect many CAR T cell companies over there. Another area which I have seen, I am also associated with one company which is makes into the plasma fractionation. From the plasma, they create various kinds of the drug, like the globulins, then IVIG drugs and other things by factorization of the plasma. And this company, you may be aware, it's known as a Plasmagen. Or Reliance is also in that field in the big way. So these are the companies, Indian companies doing great work into the biotechnology. So I feel those people now who are going to aspiring to be biotechnologists from some of you will have the great opportunity to work. My earlier speaker did explain, though not completely, his presentation was not completed. Hopefully, Mr. Aglave will explain that when he takes it over. But there are a lot of opportunities to work in these areas. I am not a really microbiologist or I am not a biotechnologist, but some of the things which one can do with the biotech degree is becoming a biomedical engineer, biochemist, medical scientist, biological and clinical technician, microbiologist, process development scientist, biomanufacturing specialist, business development manager, marketing manager, lecturer, biotech product analysis, research scientist, research associate. This is one of the list, but these are the bottom level positions. Once you go up, you can become very high. You can become the president of one company. You can become the CEO of the company. Once you develop those skills. So I think skill development for this industrial work is very different. I think everybody is, once somebody comes from the biotechnologies or the pharmacies, he has some basic skills are needed, basic technical skills, which you will have, hopefully, once you come out. But you need to be proficient in those areas. I was told, I am not a microbiologist, so you can add actually, but I was told you must have some of the skills, technical skills like the tissue culture, polymerase chain reaction. Is it familiar or something new? Western blot, ELISA technologies, ELISA for identification, enzyme linked immunoabsorbent assay, that is ELISA, and molecular cloning. So many monoclonal antibodies are based on the E. coli. You do some cloning into this and develop the product by doing those things. And those skills are basic in the biotechnology. You need to have these basic technology needs in any skills in any case. But apart from that, if you really want to succeed and become the high-level executive into the biotechnology companies, apart from that, you will require management skills. What is management? What is management skills? Management means having with the less resources, with the still you can give the output which is required. You may not have all the resources in the world, but still you have to produce the requirement what is required. And that is the management, using the optimum utilization of resources. It could be manpower resource, it could be machine resource, it could be money, methods, anything. Or you can talk about anything. But how to use that optimally and get the outputs, that's very critical. Managing the people, managing the relationship to people, this is very, very important, and it is very important skill which you need to develop when you want to succeed in things. Other skill is analytical skill, and I think Mr. Aglaya was talking about it. Analytical skill is one is the analysis of the compound, analysis of the biotechnological products and other things, microbiological load onto the product, bioload, all these are the analytical techniques. But analytical skills doesn't mean that only. It also requires the data analysis, how to do the statistical analysis of the things, how to do the data analysis which you get it multiple times and in the lakhs and lakhs numbers from our computers. You get the process parameters. How to analyze and fix the right critical process parameter or the critical quality attribute is very important. And we use the word CPP and CQA. You will hear all the time when you go to the industry. See, what is the CPP? What is the CQA of the process? Which is very important. Once you should know this, then you can. To derive that CQA or CPP numbers or the parameters, you need to do a lot of data analysis. And currently, data analysis can be done very well by the IT professionals. We need to get those skills over the period. I think that skill will also help you to go further in your career. That's very important. Many companies like Amazon, for example, they have got the data analysis, very high caliber data analysis. That's why when you open the Amazon site, you will get the products which you have searched all the time coming in front of you or in the Google search. The reason is they have got the data analysis, they know this person looks for this product. So those advertisements will come continuously. Or they will bring 20 different products of the similar type so that you get enticed to build those products. Okay. Another important thing, which is again leadership skills. If you want to succeed in your career, and leaders means you can't be leader in every field. We are not Narendra Modi, so we can lead anywhere. But you can have particular area you can have better, and there you can have the leadership position. You need to learn the leadership techniques. How to become leader? There are so many books, so many techniques available, skills are available, but you must imbibe those techniques to become the leader. You may not become leader in every field, but if you become leader in one field, we call as a subject matter expert. That is a leadership position. So you can become SME for one thing, that is also a good thing. If not become the CEO of the company, if you become the SME for the microbiology, that is also a great thing to have. Another important skill which is required is the collaborative techniques, collaboration. We don't work alone. We need to work with the multiple people. We all the time when you go to the industry, you will talk about collaborative skills and particularly the cross-functional teams. Everybody will talk about the cross-functional teams because vaccines were produced. There was a team to develop the product. There was a team to get materials from somewhere. There was a team to develop the process. There was a team to manufacture those things. There was a team to analyze those things and they are correct. And scale up. You can do it in 1 liter. How to do when I go to the 10,000 liter? I go to the 1 lakh liter. Things are very different. The parameters don't remain the same. So it is very essential that this thing is required, collaborative skills, so that you can use everybody's understanding and knowledge to make our product bigger and bigger. Even IT skills are required. We may not have all IT skills, but you can use those skills. So I think that really covers my presentation. Basically, I want to talk about how is the pharma industry, what are the jobs available to the biotechnologists, and what skills are required to develop yourself into the bigger role into the industry. I hope I have covered that. If any questions are there, I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you. Any questions? No? Madam, can I take leave?
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. You told us very well about the management leadership collaboration that taking for the management. Thank you so much for the may I now request to please facilitate our speaker of the session, Shri Dr. Shri sir. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. My request, the Prime Minister to participate in the chairperson of the section, Dr. Shobhita. Currently, we have a short session of analysis due to the technical problem. And we could not hear the session completely. We are now going to continue with the section of Dr. Balaji analysis. And after that, we all are going to gather at the auditorium hall for a particular piece, which is for all of the participants and attendees and vehicles.
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Share your screen and continue the session.
All right. Okay, so sorry, I'm back again. I'm not going to share any kind of slides, but I will just talk. So let me be short now. So what I'm going to talk about is how the student can be prepared and what are the opportunities available globally, in particular in US. So all of you are aware of, if you wanted to pursue your master's or PhD in US, what is required. So the basic requirement for getting admission into the master's or PhD program is number one is your GRE score. So that is for any of the streams in biological science or any other discipline. GRE is only the first option. The second thing is a TOEFL score. So both those testings are required in order to get admissions into this any US universities. So if you talk about the biological streams, so what are the areas where you should be focusing? So I'll cover discipline wise. If you are currently the student of the microbiology, biotechnology, or any biological science stream, don't think that if I'm student of microbiology discipline, so I need to get a master's program in microbiology in US. That's not it. It's not going to work. So if you are a student of microbiology, biotechnology, zoology, or biotechnology, you can look for any of the career opportunities for the master's program. So if I say, for example, student of the zoology can apply the entomology masters in entomology program in US or masters in biotechnology program. So which are the streams that are in high demand right now? The number one is the horticulture science. In horticulture science, it's not just about the cultivation of the fruit and vegetable, but that discipline covers most of it is an interdisciplinary activity, and there is high demand of the horticulturist in US currently. So if you if you apply for a master's program in horticulture, any of the student from this biological discipline can apply for horticulture science. Don't think that you are a student of microbiology or you may not apply for horticulture science. You definitely, if you complete your undergrad in microbiology, you still can apply for the master's in horticulture science program. The very important thing is, like, most of our programs are 3 years program, and most of the US universities accept this 4-year curriculum. And that's where one of the obstacles, you will see many IT students are getting admissions for the master's program in US, but not many biological science students are not getting admission into the US universities. As I said, like the one of the major issue we are having is the 3-year degree program for during the undergrad. So the best option is, you can add up, like, any kind of PG diploma you can do, or you can do like one of the master's degree, complete one of the master's degree in India, and then apply for another master's degree in US. That's one of the way to go. But again, I guess most of the biotechnology program, like BTech biotechnology and all, they are 4-year programs. For those students, you don't have to worry at all, because you are completely basically fulfilling the requirement for the US universities. But again, those who are into a 3-year program of the undergrad, make sure you complete any kind of 1-year diploma program, so you can complete the 4-year degree requirement, or you can apply for a master's program in India, complete master's program, and then you apply for a master's in US, or you can apply directly for the PhD. For the PhD program in US, you don't have to have 4-year undergrad degree. Your 3-year undergrad degree plus 2-year master's is enough to complete the requirement for the PhD program. So let's go back to the disciplines. As I said, like horticulture science, the second leading biological science discipline is the microbiology. Third leading, again, I'm covering the agriculture portion of it. Agronomy is one of the area where there is high demand, and we are not getting the enough manpower who are, subject matter specialists from the agronomy discipline. So look at this, like, we always talk about, oh, there is high demand for the IT professionals in US, but it's not the scenario. Definitely this country need a lot of the expert from the biological science, and talent from India can come forward, apply for the master's and PhD program. The major discipline, as I said, like horticulture stands number 1, microbiology stands number 2, agronomy stand number 3. At the same time, there is a high demand for the bioinformatics professionals. As a few speakers were talking about, how this IT field widely used in biological science stream, and that is bioinformatics is the combination of the biological science stream and the information technology. So what's happening these days, like there are lots of data mining tools has been used in biological science streams. So there is a high demand in agriculture science. At the same time, there is high demand of this biological professional with bioinformatics skill in pharmaceutical industries as well. So most of these streams are, again, data mining tool based, or so in that case, there is another area is emerging, is called as the pharmacovigilance. You may not be aware of this term, but look Google it. Pharmacovigilance is one of the areas. So what is basically the pharmacovigilance is doing here in US, and the stream is getting very popular in US. So pharmacovigilance is basically, say for example, I am a medical doctor, and I'm treating, say for example, I'm the doctor with specialization in cancer therapy. So I have a patient who is working with me, or he is my the patient visiting me the last 10 years. So pharmacovigilance discipline maintains the data. Say, for example, patient started in 2010, and doctor prescribed them X medicine to that patient at whatever the 1% concentration level. And then following year, he will track the, how much the recovery of the patient from the cancer, and he may change the drug, and the doctor may give another drug to the patient. Third year, based on he may have another health issue, and doctor may change the drug for the third year, fourth year. So basically, pharmacovigilance expert maintain the data of that patient right from the beginning, and they mine that data. And when the patient record, when the patient take the appointment, say for example, patient has appointment tomorrow, and doctor will go log into this system and check what has been provided in last 10 years. So pharmacovigilance expert will create a summary of that particular patient in 1 or 2 graphs, and they provide it to the doctor in order for the doctor to make some decision based on the available data. So he does not have to go through all the record of last 10 years, but one summary or one graph will tell the entire story of the 10-year patient's history record. And that stream discipline is making most of the doctor's job easy. And that's where there is high demand of the pharmacovigilance expert in this country. So that's another area. The clinical trials are getting way popularity in US. So what is clinical trial? All of you know, any drug, say for example, any pharmaceutical industry come up with some kind of drug, then they need to go through the clinical trials. They need to conduct the trials on animals initially, and then it goes to the patients, and then as per NIH requirement, National Institute of Health requirement, nowadays they need many data from the patient for that drug. So it's based on like overall a single drug takes near about 3 to 4 years, and that single drug pass through near about 1,400 trials. And if you are conducting 1,400 trials, definitely you need to manage that 14-year trial data. And that's where this clinical trial discipline is very popular in the US. There are so many companies in Maharashtra, particularly in Pune, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. These clinical trial companies are popular, but at the same time, these companies need expert. There are so many programs in India also, but if you get an opportunity to complete your master's or PhD in clinical trial or clinical data analysis program, that stream has a very high demand. Is in a high demand. I never seen an individual who has completed the master's or PhD in clinical studies and who is without job. I have not seen any single example. So that's another area where students should focus to pursue their master's or PhD. There are so many PhDs in India, like maybe some of them are attending this conference also. There is high demand for the postdoctoral fellows. We are not getting, like if we advertise some positions for the postdoctoral fellow here in US, it is taking like a 6 months time to get a single postdoc fellow to work on some kind of project. So again, the faculties of this institute, like a Krishna Institute, they can also apply for the postdoctoral fellowship. Even the student who are about to complete the PhD or who are in the process of completing their PhD. So what is most important for this postdoctoral fellowship is your publications. Even for this master's and PhD program, if you student may say, oh, we are in undergrad program, how can we publish article? That there is a possibility that you can publish article when you are in undergrad program. I'll tell you how to complete that. So research publication doesn't mean that you need to conduct actual research. There are so many ways where we can publish a paper without doing research, and that area is part of the review articles. So you can study one of the subject in depth, and you can prepare the review article on that particular topic. And if you submit that article, again, what is most important in India, we publish so many papers. Every university student, PhD student, master student, they publish the articles, but at the same time, those articles are not in the high impact factor journal. So if you are publishing your article in a low impact factor journal, if you apply for master's or PhD program or postdoc fellowship program in US, they will not consider any article which has not been published in high impact factor journal. So that is very important factor. So I was telling like undergrad student, so try to publish at least one paper. If your goal is to apply for master's or PhD program in US, try to publish some of the papers. And as I said, undergrad student may not get an opportunity to work in the research lab. So what you can do, study one of the topic in depth. Say, for example, I'll give you a simple example, recent techniques in disease diagnosis. Okay, so if you search that topic, you will find hundreds of articles, and every single article will talk about one particular method or two particular methods. So all you need to do, study all the methods and do the review, write the review of that particular topic, and that will be considered as a review article. I can tell you, if you publish review article in high impact factor journal, your review article will carry equal value as your like a research publication. So even for undergrad program, you guys will have like the project for 6 months or for 3 months. So whatever the project that we are doing as your degree curriculum, if we can publish the paper on that particular project also. Again, if it is a viable, if it is a innovative project, definitely you should move forward with your publication for that undergrad project also. Definitely master students, they have like intensive project work. I highly recommend every single master student should publish 1 or 2 research paper based on their research project. So for that, what you need is you really need to come up with a good concept. Your willingness to work is very important, and at the same time, as a faculty, you really need to guide your student in order to do some quality research. So if you work integratedly, then definitely there is an opportunity. There are so many opportunities where you can publish a paper in high impact factor journal, and your chances of getting the admissions to the master's and PhD programs will increases if you have the publication. And as I said, don't go for the publication if the journal is not high impact factor journal. Always try to, because when we apply, if your paper is not in the good journal, they will just throw away, or they will not consider your application, or they will consider other thing, but they will not consider your publication as one of the criteria for the admissions. So if again, postdoctoral fellows, you at least need 3 good publications in order to get the postdoctoral fellowship in US or any European countries as well, as of my knowledge. So what is important for the postdoctoral application? As I said, like for undergrad, in order to apply for the master's program, GRE and TOEFL score is required. But at the same time, you need to apply one more thing. What you can do is, you can try to reach out to the university professors, faculties. Say, for example, if you're applying for PhD program, then whatever the area of research that you have worked during your master's program, try to find out the professor who is working in the same discipline, same area. You will find their email ID on the university website. Shoot an email to that professor saying that you have keen interest in so-and-so subject area, but when you write an email to the professor, make sure what kind of project he is running. So say, for example, on his profile, you will say like 10 different projects, and it will also mention what are the ongoing projects are running in the professor's lab. So when you write an email, your application or your email should focus on ongoing project mostly. You can mention that, I have interest and I have worked in so-and-so area in the past, which is related to your ongoing project. And, I'm interested to do masters or PhD in your, on the same topic. So that's the way to approach. Just completing GRE and TOEFL is not enough, but at the same time, your interest, whatever the work that you have done so far in your master's program or PhD program, and whatever the ongoing projects going on with the faculty, you really need to communicate with the faculty in order to get admission in that particular stream. If you do that, definitely, the professor will get back to you, and that will increase your chances. Because if the admissions department of the university, they will accept your application if there is a referral from the professors. So make sure, along with your GRE and TOEFL score, try to approach the faculty in order to get that, make sure, you will be admitted for that university. The professor recommendation is highly required. Those are the some of the areas. Again, I highly encourage student. Again, you can, after your master's or PhD, you can, go for a job in some kind of industry or academia, but at the same time, try to start your own companies. If you come up, say, for example, if any of the student is working on some biopesticide project or biofertilizer project during master's or PhD program, why can't you apply that particular, whatever the research that you have done? If you implement that, there are so many fundings are available from the government in India that you can start, start your own company. Again, I am in US, but currently I'm running 5 different companies in India. The process is very easy. Everything is online. By sitting here in US, I just gone through our government portal and all. I applied for the companies. Every single thing, almost 90% of the things you can complete online, and this government is highly supportive. So try to take that advantage instead of looking for a job in industry or academia. It's better to come up with your own product. It's better to come up with your own idea. Start your own company. There is high potential. And if you come up with any kind of company that can produce a good quality biopesticide, biofertilizer, this country and European countries completely turning into organic agriculture stream. So, and I'm happy to tell you, near about 20% of the current organic pesticide demand is fulfilled from the India, from Asian countries. And you are being the student of this master's, PhD, or undergrad student of this biological science, I strongly recommend you guys come up with your own idea, come up with some of the organic formulations that can solve so many purposes in agriculture field. When I started my career, so we are into the product efficacy testing business. So basically, my lab certify the pesticides in US. So if any company, say for example, Syngenta come up with a new pesticide, and if they need USDA and EPA registration, the Syngenta approaches us in order to have product efficacy data, and we generate that data and then you provide it to USDA, and based on our data, USDA give the registration to that particular company. So we are kind of bridge between the industry, pesticide manufacturer, and the USDA, the government body. So based on my experience, I started working with this company in 2009. At that time, 85% of the products were chemical pesticide and 15% were biological or organic pesticides. But if you talk about the last year's book, that we have closed, 65% products are organic products. So look at the industry demand, industry trend now. So every single industry globally is turning toward the organic pesticide, because that's what the current demand of the consumer is. Everyone is looking for, the whatever the fruit vegetable that you are eating, you want, they are free from the chemicals, and that's where this organic agriculture field is emerging. And I can tell you, next decade or next 5 years, you will see most of the produce that you will be getting will be organic, hopefully. But at the same time, as I said, the demand has increasing. So the student, I highly encourage them, come up with some kind of formulations, biological formulation that can control the insect, that can control the diseases. The weed is one of the major problem. If you some of you must be from the farming background. So our farmers are spending lots of money in controlling the weeds. So if you come up with any kind of biological formulation that can control the weed, I can tell you, your company will be in high demand in the Western world. So rather than just going toward the job in the industry or academia, try to come up with your own industry. Again, you may think, oh, I don't have financial support to start the industry. As I told, there are so many government programs that can support you to start these small companies. There are so many programs. Ministry, MSME is one of the major department. Ministry of Small Scale, and I don't know exact full form, but MSME is run by the Government of India. That department provide lots of funding for the startups. So I guess with this, I strongly encourage the biggest message I want to pass to the students. Yes, definitely you need to look for the masters or higher education in US, because as if this is the country, or again, you can do it in India, you can learn the same thing, but at the same time getting some different kind of exposure, you should definitely try. And in order to get the master's or PhD program, the three things, GRE, TOEFL, but at the same time, publication is very important. And the fourth thing is you really need to contact your faculty. You need to contact the faculties in the university. The second thing, if you are, if you have some ideas, or if you come up with like good project during your master's or PhD program, do the industrial, go with the industrial application of that project and start your own company. With this, I really am thankful to Dr. Pathade sir for giving me this opportunity. If there is any question, I'll be happy to answer. I don't know how to get that question, but I guess host can pass the message from the students if there is any.
Anybody wants to ask something? Sir, the delegate wants to ask that what are the opportunities of the PhD for the students who want to pursue PhD into US or other countries after the PhD? What are the career opportunities for the students after pursuing PhD outside the country?
Okay, that's a very good question. I get like so many emails from India. So after PhD, the best way to apply for the postdoctoral fellowship. There are so many postdoctoral fellowship positions, and for that you really need to visit the university portal. And once you visit the university portal, you will see like available postdoctoral fellowship positions. But as I mentioned earlier, you can apply for that position, but at the same time, you really need to communicate with the faculty, who will be running that project postdoc fellowship position. You can apply directly for the job as well in some of the companies, but the problem is with the job, you need to go through this lucky draw. So there are like 60,000 you can. So if you know or not, US only allows 60,000 H1B every single year. And for that 60,000 positions, near about 120,000 applications we receive, USCIS receive. And then what they do is they do the lucky draw. So even like any industry is ready to absorb you or ready to provide you a job, but at the same time you really need to go through that USCIS lucky draw system. In that case, your chances are like 50-50%. So one thing, like you have been accepted by the company, but again the USCIS is not going. You may or may not get the job because of this lucky draw system. So the best option is for the postdoctoral fellowship position. There is no lucky draw. There is no lucky draw. But again, remember that all these postdoctoral fellowship positions, there is a category called as a J1 visa. Okay, so that is very important part you really need to think. So when you apply for the postdoctoral position, you will get a J1 visa, but make sure convert that J1 visa within 1.5 years to H1B visa or green card. If you don't do that, there is a full stop for your career in the US after 1.5 years. You need to go back to your home country once you complete the postdoctoral fellowship. So all the postdoctoral fellows, you really need to make sure once you come for postdoctoral fellowship program, you have to convert your visa status within 1.5 years. Otherwise, after 1.5 years, you need to go back to your home country.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session. Long way from Florida, you have been given a wonderful talk. We are highly privileged to have a talk in this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So we are ending with today's session. We are concluding today. We have a cultural program for all of you after such a busy schedule, which is arranged into the auditorium hall near the central library of the campus. As you cross across the cafeteria, you can go to the central library, and exactly nearby the central library, you have the auditorium hall where a team with the seats and the cultural program is arranged for you, which will refresh your minds. Thank you.